You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular meeting of the City Council and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency of Costa Mesa for Tuesday, April 20th. I now call the meeting to order. Now it's time for the national anthem and the Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's Star Spangled Banner will be sung by Yahir Garcia, a 12th grade singer, actor, and musician at Newport Harbor High School. He has been involved in the vocal program for 4 years, had roles in several musicals, been a soloist in open mic nights, and has been involved in a piano class for 2 years. The Newport Harbor High School vocal music program engages students by teaching them how to find their voice and showcase it through annual workshops and performance opportunities. Thanks to Newport Harbor vocal musical director Jeffrey Laydon for arranging these solo performances for us. And we thank all the students for sharing their talents with us. Now please join me in rising for our national anthem, which will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by District 6 Councilmember Jeffrey Harlan.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Yahir Garcia and Councilmember Harlan. Now it's time for a moment of solemn expression, led by Reverend Okusi from St. John's Episcopal Church. Ms. Green, please take the Reverend off of mute so he can lead the moment of solemn expression.
You hear me?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. This evening we come together on a Tuesday, a day that most cities are gripped with a lot of tension, not knowing what might happen after the verdict is given. Peace has become a rare commodity that we have to work for. And as we move forward as a family, I want to say that everyone has inside them a piece of good news. The good news is you don't know how great you can be, how much you can love, what you can accomplish, and what you can potentially give. Let us pray. Dear wise and loving God, thank you on behalf of all who are gathered virtually this evening. We thank you for the gift of life, the responsibility and the opportunity to serve the people of our city. This evening, Lord, I pray for our mayor, all the councillors, the various levels of city officials, and in particular, we pray for the police, the fire department, our medical practitioners, and members of the community. I'm asking, Lord, that you would graciously grant all the leadership with virtues of honesty and courage as we face the challenges of the time in this city. We pray for humility, we pray for integrity, and we pray for public service. As the coronavirus COVID-19 affects our world, we invite you into our land, our hearts, Lord. Amidst our fears, disappointments, confusions, grief, loss, uncertainties, anger, frustration, and more, we invite you to be with us always. May we act with humility to not just preserve our own safety and health, but to look beyond ourselves and think of how our actions will affect others. As vaccination continues, may we be alert to the ways we may help our people to get their doses as quickly as it is possible. Open our ears to hear your voice in these troubled times. May we listen and be prudent and draw ever closer to you. Remind us, Lord, that we are stewards of your authority at this time. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help our leaders and all the management of our city see the humanity and dignity of everyone they serve, weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confidence in your goodness and love. And we all say, Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you for those beautiful words, Reverend Okusi. Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll by voice roll call?
Councilmember Chavez,
Here.
Councilmember Gameros,
Here.
Councilmember Harlan,
Here.
Councilmember Harper,
Here.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is our city attorney report. We had a closed session that began at 4. Ms. Barlow, do you have anything to report regarding the closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I wanted to clarify that the closed session that was added to the agenda was pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D2, potential litigation. And then I just wanted to confirm that no reportable action was taken in closed session. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barlow. Okay, so now we're at the presentation part, and the presentation, we have 3 items to discuss, and they pertain to 3 proclamations that I signed earlier in the week. The first relates to National Volunteer Week. And so I have some words to read regarding that proclamation. From the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic to the present day, more than 30 individuals have been volunteering to help the Costa Mesa community during this unprecedented time. The volunteers come from Costa Mesa's Community Emergency Response Team, otherwise known as CERT, and the Mesa Emergency Services Amateur Communications, also called MESAC, both of which were officially affiliated with the city. Volunteers have assisted with the packaging, distribution, and food delivery at the senior center, and also the other food deliveries that we've had at the fairgrounds at IKEA. This service resulted in the delivery of thousands of meals. Additionally, we've had regular volunteers who assist us at our bridge shelter and who volunteer to keep Fairview Park free of trash and litter and in its natural state. City volunteers have assisted with, wait a minute. Okay. During the past year's heat waves, volunteers supported cooling centers with registration and cleaning. These sites provided refuge from the city heat wave for those in need. Volunteers supported the City Emergency Operations Center by repairing and installing upgraded emergency communications components and maintaining computer communications and equipment and emergency equipment. This is in addition to sanitizing the EOC regularly. Volunteers from CERT and MESAC contributed to approximately 2,530 hours of their own time to the Costa Mesa community from April 2020 through April 2021. Join me in thanking these volunteers for donating so much of their time to our community. And there's the proclamation on the screen. The next proclamation that I signed is extremely important to the community. It's for the Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and we often call this group our dispatchers. The week of April 12th through 16th was National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week, and we can't say enough good things about these first responders. Telecommunications officers answer calls during a time of crisis and dispatch help right away. When a police officer needs backup, dispatchers quickly coordinate assistance. They work diligently under high levels of stress and are the heart of the organization. The city of Costa Mesa appreciates the telecommunications team every day and honors them this week for their dedication to service and the community. Then the final proclamation has to do with Earth Day and Arbor Day. Those days are a great reminder about the importance of maintaining a clean and healthy environment as the global community now faces extraordinary challenges, such as environmental degradation, global health issues, climate changes, and food and water shortages. Earth Day will be held this year on April 22nd and is the beginning of a new year for environmental stewardship commitments, including implementing sustainability efforts, and we'll hear more about what the city's doing in that regard later, and promoting emerging green technologies and innovative practices that can restore the world's ecosystem. The theme for Earth Day in 2021 is Restore Our Earth. It is up to each and every one of us to restore our Earth, not just because we care about our natural world, but because we live on it and have an obligation to combat environmental degradation. Speaking of Earth Day, we have a presentation later this evening about our sustainability efforts. Also tied to this is Arbor Day, which is observed on the last Friday in April. This year it takes place on April 30th. It was first celebrated in 1872 with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska. We all know the importance of trees, and I'm happy to point out that Costa Mesa has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the Arbor Day Foundation. So please join me in celebrating Earth Day and Arbor Day this month. And now I want to recognize Councilmember Reynolds, who's going to talk about a webinar that she's doing on Earth Day this Thursday, and she can give you more information about that. Councilmember Reynolds?
Great, thank you. And I am participating in a webinar that our Energy and Sustainability Manager has organized for us on Earth Day, 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. This will be a really great webinar because you'll hear from members of our staff on topics including green mobility, trash, food waste, and natural resources, which is why I'm there. So you'll hear a lot about how we can take local action to address the global problem of climate change. Can I add a couple other Earth Week type events?
Of course.
Great. So we're relaunching the community bike rides. One of the cleanest way to move around the city is walking or biking. So I'm excited to relaunch our community bike rides. We're starting those up on Sunday, April 25th. Meet us at 2 p.m. at Marina View Park. Our bike rides are usually about 8 miles. It sounds like a lot, but we go pretty slow. And this one's a really nice one because we're going to go through parks on the west side, mostly off-street trails. So a really nice ride to bring your family. And then later, at the end of April, starting April 30th, we as a city are the first city in Orange County to participate in the City Nature Challenge, which is a global event. They call it a bio blitz, but it's a week of activity where we encourage community members, kids, their parents, anyone, as long as you've got your smartphone or a camera, to explore the nature in your backyard. So literally your backyard could be on the sidewalks to the park, it could be at the park. And we'll be talking in the webinar about a lot of the really interesting natural resources we have right here in Costa Mesa. And there's one more event that I think Mayor Pro Tem Mar is going to mention.
Or do you want to mention it now?
Oh, sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
We'll be planting trees on Arbor Day in Tewinkle. Arbor Day is Friday, April 30th. I don't have a time for you yet, but we usually do that in the morning. So I'm excited it'll be at my neighborhood park in Tewinkle this time around. And if you missed out on that, we'll be planting more trees for Love Costa Mesa Day too.
All right. Thank you very much for those updates. Thank you very much. And so now we're going on to public comments. Public comments will be heard at this time on items that are not on the agenda. So don't speak about items that are on the agenda. You'll get a chance to speak about those when those items are called. If you would like to speak, please use the raised hand option on your screen. If you're joining the meeting on your phone and would like to speak, press *9 to raise your hand and then *6 when prompted to begin speaking. If you would ever like to contact the city staff or the council to follow up on any item, please email the city clerk your contact information at cityclerk@costamesaca.gov. Okay. So let's see, Madam Clerk, do we have folks that want to speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the first speaker will be David Martinez.
Okay, Mr. Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, barely.
I'll try just talking loud.
Sounds good.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to bring something up. Recently on Twitter, there's been this video circling around of a Black teenager who was stopped and arrested for not having a bicycle license in Perth Amboy, New Jersey. Now, if you're like any of the Twitter commenters or most residents of Costa Mesa, you're wondering, what is a bicycle license? I've never heard of this before. Well, if you ask the police department, they're going to tell you, well, it's a tool, it's a registry, so that we can track down your bicycle in case that it's stolen. Well, there's another system for that. It's bikeindex.org. You could just use that instead. You don't have to have registered your bike with the police. So if you can do that, then it's voluntary, right? Except no, it's not. In Costa Mesa, it's mandatory for you to have a bicycle license whenever you're riding on public right-of-way. So this becomes enforced because it's part of the city municipal code. But the problem here is that police officers have the discretion to either educate or enforce someone when they don't have a bicycle license. Now, in 2020, there were 35 people who were stopped for not having a bicycle license. And so far in January, February, and March of this year, there have been 8 people who have been stopped. The thing is, when officers have the discretion to either educate or cite someone, it means that there is a group of people who will be educated. And there is another group of people who will be cited. Now, when I got my bike license in February, I asked the police officer, well, who's usually coming in? Who's usually getting cited for this?
Excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
She answered, oh, well, it's transients. Okay. Why is it that they are the ones that are being cited? Why isn't this a fair system? Really, what I would like is for the bike license requirement to not be a requirement. It should be voluntary, like it is in Newport Beach. Thank you.
Thank you. So, and thanks for giving the 1 minute warning. Tonight, can you call on people, please? Because I'm having some issues with my screen, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The next speaker is Henny Abraham.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking my comments. First of all, I wanted to say congratulations to Mayor Stevens on your appointment. I wanted to say that I know this item is not before you and we don't know when it will be before you, but as you know, the Planning Commission voted 6-0 for the triangle square signs for denial of their proposal. And I want to ask you to kindly take the time, review all the meeting notes and all the questions that were asked and how detailed that meeting went and all the detailed questions that were asked by the commissioners about the flaws in their plan and all the calls that were made by the citizens who were vastly against it. And please take into consideration so we don't have to deal with this. We did it about 10 years ago. It's like a decade anniversary of coming to it. So I just want to ask you to please vote the way that your constituents want you to vote on it. And that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jeff Cooper.
Good afternoon. Evening, rather. I wanted a quick question of clarification. Is the Measure Q issue, should I speak on this now or later?
Yes, the Measure Q is going to be our public hearing item number 1. So if you're going to speak about that, you should wait until that comes up.
I will do that. Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Ben Chapman.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ben Chapman. First and foremost, as always, thank you for your service. Just really briefly, I know you touched upon this last meeting when it was brought up. Since we're in Orange Tier and places are opening up, I was just calling to get an update on when the meetings will be in chambers again. And I also wanted to ask if the mask mandate will be lifted soon. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Wendy Lees.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I want to talk about a couple things, the effectiveness of the Network for Homeless Solutions. I know the city has really been working a lot over the last 10 years to help people who are homeless. And I had a funny thing, well, not a funny thing, but on Saturday, a friend called me who was trying to help a woman at a local coffee shop. And she called me and thought maybe I could help with the resources. And so I did. I texted a couple people that I know, and within 24 hours, this homeless woman was getting the help that she desperately needed. So the system works, and just thankful that we've put the resources and we have the people in place to work together. I also want to know when it's going to be on the agenda to have our meetings in person so that we can speak to you directly. It's kind of hard on Zoom. A lot of people can't do Zoom. And so the sooner the better. We can distance, wear masks. But to that point, I think it's time to remove the $100 fine for not wearing a mask. And it's a sense of fear in people when it's not a healthy thing to do when you're distancing and outside and driving your car. So everything's lightening up a little bit, and I think the city needs to get back to business at City Hall, and appreciate your putting that on the agenda. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
And the next speaker is Michael Van Houten.
Hi, this is Joanna Van Houten. I hope you guys can hear me, standing in for my husband, Michael. Thanks for everyone, your time here. I just want to say I've been hearing a lot of comments about the mask mandate, and I myself as an epidemiologist, I live here in Costa Mesa, and I actually would like to see the mask mandate in place until this global pandemic is declared over. I know it's difficult for people, and I know that it's impacting businesses, but this is for the safety of our community. And again, as a PhD level epidemiologist, I feel strongly about keeping that mask mandate and the fine. So thank you for your listening to me.
Thank you.
The next speaker is phone number ending in 698.
The liquor licensees in the Soup Kitchen neighborhood continue in their normal operations to operate as a public nuisance. This is prohibited by the ABC Act. We urge the city abate these nuisances using California Penal Code Section 11200 to 11207. This is the California Unlawful Liquor Sales Law. For listeners unfamiliar, a backroom deal between the city, the ABC, and Smart and Final resulted in the operation of that outdoor grocery backroom. It's unable to comply with local law. This public nuisance began in earnest in Q1 2019. Its ownership is tied to public employee pensions, and its lack of compliance costs directly benefit public employees who are not doing their enforcement jobs. Smart and Final staff loudly schooled Center Street backyards in fun use of the N-word Thanksgiving Day 2020, literally yelling, "We're their N-words." This racist hate speech resulted from Costa Mesa's racist policy of unequal protection in the 80% Latino neighborhood. Most recently, Costa Mesa and Smart and Final spent the last few weeks carefully orchestrating the third decibel collecting study in our neighborhood since 2016. Complainants furthest from the nuisance were hounded, the women with great machismo. The old ladies closer and closest to the nuisance are ignored. All lawyered up, 3 dates to measure sound. They went about building the weakest case possible and subdued their staff, downgraded the truck traffic, but the day after. This abnormal operational behavior is a subject of much neighborhood sneering and growing contempt. We are not your N-words. Now these same grandmas are now resuming anxiety-ridden, tortured weekend nights where residents are bombarded with bass from Strut Bar and Lounge. The Strut Bar, in its normal operation, is violating its liquor license condition, which states entertainment provided shall not be audible outside the area under the control of the licensee. This bar, touted by city council members from the dais, is a nuisance, and the base is keeping residents, their children, their families awake illegally until 2 a.m. and beyond. In voting District 4, the codes that protect the public are not being enforced. It's happening in other districts as well. City enforcement staff is bullying residents and babying offenders. Our Soup Kitchen neighborhood seeks abatement of these public nuisances, Strut Bar and Smart and Final. Please use the California Unlawful Liquor Sales Abatement Law and stop the racist city policies in our neighborhood.
Thank you. The next speaker is ending in 948.
Hi, I just wanted to get confirmation that Mr. Stevens will be recusing himself from voting on the cannabis ordinance this evening, since he was instrumental on the Planning Commission motion and already voted on this issue while on the Planning Commission. So please take this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for all those great public comments. So this is a time for council members to provide comments and committee reports. When I call you, please unmute yourself. Each council member is limited to 4 minutes. So the first up, our leadoff hitter is Council Member Lauren Gameros from District 2.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I just have a couple of things I wanted to briefly discuss. One of the things is our Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter is looking for some artists for a mural. And we're going to be looking for some of the younger groups in our city at the high school level. So if you think you might be interested in creating a wonderful mural at our bridge shelter, please reach out to the city. Susan Price is a great contact. Sorry, Susan, I'm going to use you for this one. Susan is a great contact, and she can fill you in. And if you think you have a knack for art, we would love to see what you can do. A couple of other things I want to talk about briefly is our youth sports are starting to come back to life. And we have a lot of our youth engaging physically with each other, physical contact. And I just want to remind some of the youth, and especially the parents, to practice safe social distancing, to please still wear a mask. It's very important. We're going in the right direction. We want to keep it that way. And if we can continue on this path, I think we won't have any obstructions in any of our youth programs, and we can have just a great summer and move forward at our schools as well with our school youth sports programs. So with that, I'd like to close, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member Gameros. And then next is Council Member Jeff Harlan from District 6, who did a wonderful job on the Pledge of Allegiance. So take it away, Council Member Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, I was a little concerned when I saw the agenda because it said I was supposed to lead the national anthem as well, and I was certainly not prepared for that.
Neither were we.
But our but the young man from Newport Harbor did an excellent job, so I appreciate that. I really only have one comment tonight. Councilmember Reynolds had actually covered most of what I wanted to talk about with regards to active transportation and the community bike ride this upcoming weekend. The only thing I really want to say tonight is that Reverend Okuzi, I think, rightfully observed that we should pray for humility and integrity. And I'd like to add to that list. I'm praying for and I'm very grateful for justice this evening. That's all I have to say.
Amen. Thank you. Next up from District 1 is Councilmember Don Harper.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Just a couple comments, some of the public comments about the $100 fine. I'd love to see us take that off of our city. I don't think we've issued any fines. I don't believe we have. And I'd love to see that go away. With regard to youth sports, it's one of the safest places to be for our kids. Can't wait to see them out there. A lot of local soccer clubs and out-of-state soccer clubs and youth sports have been playing and been active. So love to see that getting back to normal, and love to see our schools get back to normal as well. So that's all I have tonight.
Thank you, Councilmember Harper. Now from District 5 on the west side, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Thank you. Got a few walking, biking updates. I think mostly walking today, actually. So we do have a walking challenge organized by our Parks and Recreation Department. It's the Costa Mesa Steps Up Challenge, started this Sunday. Encourages you to get outside. The weather is beautiful, and get those steps in and log them on our city website for some prizes. I'll get myself signed up for that and start walking a bit more. I also want to thank the community members who came out this weekend to walk with Jimmy Vivar and the Blind Children's Learning Center. Jimmy Vivar is a Costa Mesa resident and a member of our Bikeway and Walkability Committee. There was a wonderful article about him in the Daily Pilot. He was born with a condition that has impaired his vision, But despite that, he earned his college degree. He works for the LA Department of Transportation. He's actually taking his exam this week to get his transportation engineering license, and he plays guitar. So he has really showed a lot of resilience, and he's been a great member of our Bikeway and Walkability Committee. So thanks to Mayor Stevens, our Chief of Staff, Alex Gonzalez, and other community members who joined us on that walk. He also keeps a very good pace. I was lagging a little bit. I want to thank the speaker, Mr. Martinez, who brought up the bicycle license issue. I saw that video, and every time I see it, it makes me very angry. I'm going to ask that our Bikeway and Walkability Committee look at the how we do our licensing and if there's a way we can improve that process. And then finally, for all those who continue to raise concerns about speeding on our streets, I know that's especially been an issue through COVID. There is a great bill that I think just made it out of committee in California, AB 43 by Laura Friedman, on traffic safety. It addresses some of the challenges our staff have with how we set speed limits, and it gives us some more local control on reducing speed limits. So I'd like our legislative committee to look at AB 43, please. And that's it for me today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now from District 4, my friend, Council Member Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Quickly go over a few big things in my district. So luckily this past week, we had 2 pop-up vaccine pods come in District 4. The first one was hosted by the City of Costa Mesa alongside the County Health Agency at the FEMA Center. And I just want to give a thanks to the Parks and Rec Department, to our city staff, and particularly Yves Torres, who were out there at local stores like Farm Final and Ematate, trying to get people signed up to get the vaccine. It's really important for us to be promoting this amongst our community because a lot of folks are not vaccinated, not because of a lack of wanting to be vaccinated, but because of lack of access. And alongside of that, I was very happy to join Supervisor Foley alongside SOS, Save Our Youth, and our Costa Mesa Fire and Rescue Department, and the CERT team at Soy. We did a different 500 vaccine pop-up pod as well. The county is shifting towards these more pop-up pods in locations. So what I'm telling folks is if you want to be informed of ones in your area, please get on the Othina app, or Othina, which is the county register for getting vaccinated. At this point in the process, if you want to get a vaccine, you can get a vaccine. Since April 15th, people can sign up who are over 16 plus. So if you're one of those people who have not gotten a vaccine yet, but wants to get a vaccine, go to Othina, Othena. And alongside that, on a more sober COVID news, but still a bit optimistic, FEMA recently announced a COVID funeral assistance program. If someone you know has passed away of COVID in this last year, they're actually giving away a grant as long as they were a U.S. citizen or U.S. resident, and you have a certificate of their death and it's due to COVID, and you have the receipt of the cost. I believe, and I could be wrong on the numbers, but I believe you're able to get up to $9,000 in reimbursements for funeral services. And I think as you know, as we prepare to move on from COVID, as we get vaccinated, as we go down the tiers, it's important for us to recognize also why we took the measures we did, right? We wanted to make sure we save people's lives. And if by some happenstance, someone you know or someone in your family passed away, nothing we do can bring them back. But at the very least, FEMA is giving you the opportunity to reimburse you so the burden is not so heavy. So with that, I don't want to end on a sober note, but I do want to thank our first responders in Costa Mesa. This week, Costa Mesa staff did a really nice job of promoting the work they do. And I can't tell you what it was like entering their workspace. My first week as a council member, on my first ride along with the police officer, and seeing how diligently they were handling these difficult calls and how much stress they put on themselves to make sure that we, the public, are safe. So I just want to thank our first responders, and I want to thank particularly our dispatch team, because really, you're the ones keeping us calm when things go awry and making sure we have the help we need. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Council Member. So next we have our Mayor Pro Tem from the Great District 3, Andrea Marr.
I'm loving these introductions. I feel like I might be entering a boxing ring though, Mayor Stevens. So just taking a total pivot away from COVID for a second, it is April, and for those of you who have businesses or organizations with a fiscal year that starts halfway through the year, like the city does, it's also budget prep time. And so I've been thinking a lot about, we've gotten requests from different levels of government about where our priorities are and how we're using rescue funds and all of those sorts of questions. And I've been thinking a lot about what our priorities should be for the next year. And I want to float something to my council colleagues and to the public that we call this year the boring budget. That we look at all of the things that were deferred, all the maintenance that we weren't able to do in the last year because we were in reactive mode, all the things that we need to do just to kind of get back to normal. In some cases, that's hiring part-time staff back. Finishing the housing element process, right? We've started it now. We've got some action items once we get final policy recommendations that come out of it. And this be the boring budget, the chance for us to sort of catch up on all of the things that maybe we haven't done. Because I don't know about you all, but I've spent the last 2.5 years with us just being as reactive as possible, running from kind of one emergency to the next. So I think that I'd like to put that idea out there publicly for consideration and feedback. You're welcome to email me. I had some good meetings with some FIPAC members recently, but I'm super curious to get everyone's thoughts on that, because I think that we have an opportunity to kind of be thoughtful about how we get back to normal, right? So that's kind of thing number one. Thing number two is Saturday. So before you go for a bike ride on Sunday, Saturday, if you want to come volunteer, Power of One Foundation is back at the OC Fair. I will be honest, I don't know what gate you go through because we've got testing on one side and vaccinations on the other. So it'll be somewhere else. But if you want to volunteer, we're doing food distributions again in the city. If you need food, it's a box of food, a combination of protein and veggies and some good stuff that's in there. If you have any need at all, please spread the word. It is completely free, no reservation required. If you feel like volunteering, you can go to powerofonefoundation.org and sign up, or you can just call me and I'll be there around 6 a.m. or so and put you to work. So I'm excited that we've got another opportunity for food distribution in the city this weekend. And then last but not least, just picking up on the vaccination thread, I was really hoping that my site to get vaccinated on the Athena app would magically change to the OC Fair so I could walk across the street and go there. It did not. It stayed at the Anaheim Convention Center. My husband and I were both kind of groaning about, oh, we're going to have to wait in line. It's going to be a mess. You know what parking's like at the convention center if you've ever been there for anything. It was the smoothest operation I have ever seen. It was incredible. We were in and out in 35 minutes, and we had a midday appointment on Sunday, so it wasn't like, at some odd hour. It was amazing. The parking was easy. You followed the signs. There were 10,000 greeters there to make sure you got in the right line for the right vaccination. It was truly an incredible operation. So huge thank you to, I know certainly our fire chief has been very, very involved in that process at a county level, but I just cannot tell you, like, don't hesitate. Don't say, oh, it's going to take 4 hours. I might as well not go. It is a well-oiled machine at this point. So huge thanks and congratulations to those that have been behind the scenes making all of that actually happen. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. So yes, I do talk you all up a little bit to introduce you, because I'm very proud of the work that you're doing, and I spent a good amount of time with you all, and I'm very honored and happy to be back on working with you. And I'm learning a lot from you in a lot of different areas. I was very impressed by the work that Councilmember Chavez did on that pop-up vaccination site, where we had 500 folks in the 92627 area code that or zip code rather, that have been vaccinated. And he mentioned it, and it was a total team effort with SOS, Soy and Supervisor Foley's team, and of course the city, but really the guy that for everybody who knows what really happened, it was Councilmember Chavez who did that. So thank you very much, working in your capacity, working for the county, and thank you very much for doing that. Some things, speaking of SOS is having their crazy taco night on Saturday. And I think you can still get into the crazy taco night. It's a drive-through event this year at the fair. So for more information on that, go to shareourselves.org, shareourselves.org. And then as some of you have mentioned, we're having Love Costa Mesa Day on May 15th, and that's with Trellis. If you want to get involved in that, go to wearetrellis.com. And now I don't have a website for you, but just Google Let's Be Kind. It's also Let's Be Kind Day, April 26th, this coming Monday. You know, and I happen to be speaking with the Orange County mayors. We get together twice a month and we talk, and we are pursuing some type of county-wide initiative to address kind of the hate crimes that we're seeing, especially against Asian hate crimes, and also things that we've seen throughout our community, and the rally in Huntington Beach, which is well publicized. But I had just met with the folks at Let's Be Kind, Christina and Rebecca Robeck, and what I shared with the mayors is that we in Costa Mesa and now Newport have proclaimed April Let's Be Kind Day, and that some of the schools in our district are focusing on kindness as opposed to kind of an anti-message. Like one of the principals the Robeck shared with me has completely gotten away from the anti-bullying campaign and focused more and embraced the kindness campaign to great results. So that seemed to resonate with some of the other mayors. And I was very proud to be able to say that on behalf of something that's happening from a grassroots movement right here in the city of Costa Mesa. And of course, you know, now more than ever, we need kindness. And as Councilmember Harlan said, and justice. And so it was a good day in that respect. Okay, so that's it. Now let's go to our city manager report, Ms. Farrell Harrison.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Good evening, Honorable Council. Just had a couple of updates for you in a variety of different areas. I'll start with our update regarding our efforts around homelessness. As you know, we had a great ribbon cutting for our new permanent shelter. It was exciting to finally see the building come to fruition and convert from a warehouse to a really incredible, just amazing living space with so many wonderful amenities for people in need and our clients that are there. So I'm pleased to announce that on April 12th, we moved our clients from the temporary bridge shelter at the Lighthouse Church to the new permanent bridge shelter on Airway. We have 14 clients that are there currently. They're receiving services from our outreach team and also Mercy House staff members, as well as our own staff. And then on May 1st, we'll begin accepting additional client intakes. And then we'll also be enhancing our street outreach efforts through 2 partnerships that you approved on council agenda just a few weeks ago with Trellis and with CityNet. And so we've been getting a lot of reports from the community about the rise in street homelessness. And so we have enhanced those efforts beyond our own street outreach team. Now we also have the partnership with Trellis and then a second partnership with CityNet. And so we'll have more resources out there, case managers working with individuals who are homeless that are on our streets that need assistance and are trying to get help. So we're really happy and excited about that. And we'll continue to update you in the weeks to come. On our vaccination efforts, we've talked a lot about the vaccination efforts throughout the county. Just wanted to remind everybody that's listening that our super pod right here in Costa Mesa at the O.C. Fern Event Center is the only one that offers an appointment until 8 o'clock at night on Thursdays. So I know that many people work and may not be able to take time off from work to get vaccinated, remember that we do have that amenity that the county is offering OC Health at the OC Fred Event Center on Thursdays till 8 p.m. That won't be happening this week, but please avail yourselves of the extended hours in the evening to get a vaccination if that's more convenient for you. And then another reminder that as of April 15th, everyone age 16 and over in California is eligible for vaccination against COVID-19. So the eligibility has been open to 16 and up. Parental consent is required. And people under 18 must be accompanied by a parent or guardian to receive the vaccine. But that's great news in our efforts towards achieving immunity. And so another positive note, 26 million Californians, so approximately 50% of all Californians have been vaccinated. That's a huge milestone for us, a lot of headway that's been made. That's 10 million more than any other state in the nation, and it's more than all but 5 countries in the world. And so we know that there's still a lot that needs to be done, but we're really thankful for the increase in vaccination supply and the fact that so many have been vaccinated. So we're looking forward to the governor's June 15th reopening. We will have additional information about what that will look like, what the guidelines might be, if there are any restrictions that we need to be aware of. But I did want to cover one restriction that has been made painfully clear will still remain, even with the reopening on June 15th from the governor, and that is the mask. And so that continues to be a state mandate that will not be changing, as they do have a health order around the mask order mandate throughout the state. We cannot legally undermine state authority as it relates to a health order and have something that's less restrictive. And so even if we desire to eliminate the mask mandate at this time, based on our knowledge of the reopening plan for June 15th, mask will still be required, and we don't have the legal authority or basis to remove the mask mandate. Now moving on to happy news, a joint study session for those of you who are interested in discussing affordable housing, increasing housing supply throughout the region, and in particular in Costa Mesa. We will be having a joint study session of our Planning Commission and City Council on the regional housing element. As many of you know, it's required by state law to update our housing element every 8 years. We'll be having a robust discussion about what that entails, the 11,760 housing units that our zoning and our plans will need to accommodate for, and how we're going to be able to achieve that. Next up, I also wanted to give a shout out to our dispatchers. We're unique. I've mentioned this before. Of the 480 or so cities in California, not all have police and fire services. Many contract out. We are one of the cities that is a full service city, and we have our full complement of fire and police. But what often gets missed is that central component, which is our dispatchers. And our dispatchers are the very first people that many individuals come in contact with when they're in crisis and they need help. Oftentimes we'll see the police officer, the firefighter arrive at our homes, but it was a dispatcher that dispatched them there. And so we just want to thank our dispatchers for the incredible work that they do every day under very difficult circumstances, very high pressure. Most of us won't call 911 until we've exhausted all other efforts. And so thank you to our incredible dispatch team, which is housed in our police department. We believe in the work that you do. We're thankful for it. Thank you for handling these emergency calls and crises every day, day after day, and doing it with so much discipline and courtesy and compassion. So thanks again to our dispatchers. And then last but not least, on the reopening of City Hall, we are aligning our City Hall and Chambers reopening to coincide with the governor's June 15th and beyond a goal. And so we'll be looking for that additional guidance that will come from the state. We're making plans to open between June 15th and July 1st. We'll have more information as we work through those plans, but we anticipate we'll be back in business in a very safe format still. Hopefully with still the capabilities to allow for online viewing in addition to participation in person, but again, with some restrictions and some guidelines. So look forward to that. And thank you for your time this evening. And I'm also happy for the justice that was meted today.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell Harrison. Next is the city city attorney report. Ms. Barlow, do you have anything to report?
I don't have anything to report, but I do want to agree with the city manager as far as the mask mandate. That is a state requirement and we must continue to comply with it. And for those of you who are concerned about it or feel infringed in some way, please remember that we still don't have vaccinations available for children under 16. And there are certain people who cannot get vaccinated, at least right now. My daughter is just at the end of her first trimester of pregnancy, and so she can't get vaccinated for another couple of weeks. So please be safe, be careful, and protect other people around you. And that's all I have this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now, before we go on to the consent calendar, I know a lot of people are here to express themselves about our public hearing number 1. And just late this afternoon, there was a supplemental memo that was included into the staff report. And so, Madam Clerk, can you just let the public know how they can view that and read it before that item comes up for hearing?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. If you click on the agenda for tonight and you go to that agenda item, which is public hearing item number 1, and then it pulls up that agenda report, or on the agenda, it should show a link to the ad hoc committee recommendations. It's a supplemental memo on the agenda.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Okay, so now we've made it all the way to the consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council, staff, or the public request specific items to be discussed and or removed from the consent calendar. If a member of the public wishes to pull an item on the consent calendar, please use the raise hand function or press *9 now. Now, the public has pulled item number 6, so you don't have to raise your hand about that one. And the staff has pulled item number 12. So if you have any items other than item 6 and 12, now is the time to pull those items. City Clerk, are there any other requests?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Council Member Harlan has requested item number 7. And let's check with members of the public. Hold on 1 minute. Mr. Martinez, do you have an item you'd like to request pulled from consent calendar?
Yes, number 11, the local road safety plan project.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have 6, 7, 11, and 12 that have been pulled. May I have a motion and a second regarding the balance?
I move the balance.
We have a motion by Councilmember Chavez.
Second.
I'll second.
I heard Councilmember Gameros first, so he seconds it. Okay, Madam Clerk, will you please call for the question on the balance?
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. And then item number 6 is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance for an extension to and amendment of the Sakioka Farms Development Agreement, DA-99-02, Sakioka Lot 2, 14850 Sunflower Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this was pulled by the public. Before we open it up to public comment, do any council members have any any questions? I don't see any. So let's open it up to public comment.
Thank you. We have one hand, and it's Elizabeth Hansberg.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Elizabeth Hansberg. I'm with People for Housing Orange County. I'm actually here filling in for the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Alliance. And the request is that you would limit the extension of this extension to 2 years instead of the 10 that's being requested. The rationale being that the acreage and the limit on the number of homes is not reflective of the current housing need. To limit 30 some acres to only 600 units is not a good use of the city's land at this time. Much has probably changed since this original agreement was entered into. And the other reason for the ask to have it only be 2 years is that there's going to be a lot of changes coming in terms of the number of units the city has to plan for, the number of affordable units that the city needs to consider. And so having the ability to revisit this use of land in this project and the number of affordable units that might be able to be included, both affordable and in general. 10 years is not, I mean, that's even outside of the 8-year planning period for the RENA cycle. So limiting it to 2 years would give you an opportunity to finish your housing element, make whatever policy and programmatic changes you're going to make to help meet the RENA need as identified, and then create a project that is going to help you get there and help meet the needs of the city. So again, Elizabeth Hansberg with People for Housing Orange County, representing the interests of the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition. Kathy Esfahani asked me to speak tonight in her stead because she is actually heading a group in another South County city also working on affordable housing. So I'm filling in, but we definitely are in support of, increasing the opportunity for both affordable.
1 minute warning, please.
We're definitely in support of increasing the opportunity to provide more housing, both affordable and missing middle first-time homebuyer opportunity for our young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Are there any other public speakers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Next is Christine Nolf.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. I am also here with the Costa Mesa Affordable Housing Coalition and just wanted to make a similar request that you would consider shifting the extension to 2 years versus the 10-year extension, really as a way for us as a city to reach our urgent need for housing. And we think that this would also end up benefiting the developer if there was density bonuses involved and available. I know several of you have expressed concern of losing the benefit from the 1 acre donation for the train. And my understanding is that would only be triggered if the train line were built in the next 10 years. And this has been, something that's been going on for a long time at this point. And I think that could also be then renegotiated in a new development agreement. So just wanted to express that desire to have a shorter extension period where the city could work toward our goals of affordable housing being implemented in our city. So thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Michael Esfahani.
Hello, my name is Michael Esfahani, and I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Kathy Esfahani. The decision before you tonight should be a simple one. It is a matter of common sense. We are asking the city to grant a 2-year extension of the Sakioka Development Agreement rather than a 10-year extension. With a 2-year extension, the city has time to put in place an inclusionary housing ordinance which Costa Mesa desperately needs to get affordable housing built in the city. The 2-year extension will also give the city time to rezone the South Coast Plaza area to significantly increase the allowable density there. It makes perfect sense to put higher density apartments in the South Coast Plaza area where residents can walk to entertainment, dining, shopping, and wonderful performing arts venues. When the Sakioka property of 33 acres of vacant land near South Coast Plaza is upzoned to allow greater density, many more Costa Mesa residents will be able to enjoy these benefits. And crucially, the city will be closer to meeting its steep RHNA requirements. After the city adopts an inclusionary housing ordinance and rezones this area, the city can negotiate a new, better development agreement, which allows the developer to build more apartments than currently permitted in exchange for including affordable housing for lower income households. That will be a win-win for the developer and the city. So I hope you see that a 2-year extension is the most sensible approach to dealing with this expiring development agreement. It gives the city time to put these important planning pieces in place. There is no reason to grant a 10-year extension for an agreement that requires no affordable housing and puts a ridiculously low cap on the number of housing units allowed there. Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda.
Good evening, council members. My name is Linda, and I would like to urge the council to please recognize what is at stake and reconsider granting a 10-year extension of the Sakioka Lot 2 development agreement. To allow the language of the agreement to stay as is for 30 years is really disappointing. The agreement is outdated and does not meaningfully reflect the current needs of the community. And the fear from the community is that if the 10-year extension of the agreement stays as is, affordable housing might not be built on Lot 2. The city also mentioned the development agreement includes an affordability component through a density bonus. However, the city should not rely on this affordability component, as it is not a guarantee that affordable units will be built, since the applicant can opt out of using a density bonus. I would like to urge the council to reject the 10-year extension of the agreement and instead grant a 2-year extension. With the 2-year extension, the city and the applicant has really nothing to lose. This 2-year extension will allow the city more time to negotiate a better agreement and to create an inclusionary housing ordinance. The applicant has maintained that they are not amenable to including specific recommendations relating to affordable housing as part of their agreement because specific requirements associated with the housing element update are yet unknown. Since the approval of the original agreement in 1999, Lot 2 has sat vacant, while the city has completed 3 rounds of housing element updates. What is already known about the housing element process has not changed, and the requirement is to identify adequate housing opportunity sites and to create effective policies and programs to accommodate the RHNA needs. What is certain is that there's a need for more affordable housing in the city. According to the city's 2020 Housing Element Annual Progress Report, from 2014 to 2020, only 30 permitted units were issued at low and very low income. A majority of these units were ADUs. For moderate and above moderate, there were a little over 1,000 units. This underscores how difficult it has been to build lower income households in the city. But what is yet unknown is the status update on this proposed rail. What is happening with this proposal? How likely will the rail happen? We just don't know. And the 1 acre donation will only happen if the train line gets built. And that's a huge risk for the city to take with the 10-year extension agreement. On March 8th, 2021, Planning Commission reviewed this item, and Chair Byron de Aracal summed it up best by saying, and I quote, "If we let this land go, and it is not a meaningful part of our upcoming housing element, we are making a huge, huge mistake. I am urging the city to please not make this a huge mistake. I'm urging the city to please not make this huge mistake. Please grant a 2-year extension instead. Thank you for your time."
Mr. Mayor, there are no more public comments.
Okay, no more public comments. Thank you very much for those public comments. I'll close the public comment section, and then the next thing for us to do is to make a motion. Does anybody have a motion they'd like to make on this item? Please raise your hand.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we ask the applicant if there's anything?
Oh, of course.
To...
Yeah, that's a good point. If the applicant has a comment, I'll reopen public comment if the applicant wants to speak about this. Okay, I don't hear anything from the applicant. So.
1 minute, Mr. Mayor, we're allowing him to speak.
Oh, sure, of course.
Am I back on?
Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Hi, this is George Sakiak. I really don't have any comments to this right now. I think most of our discussion was held at the public hearing a couple of weeks ago. So we really have nothing to add at this point. We just encourage this 10-year extension to give this project enough runway to plan. And we do plan to be part of the housing element update, and we have been for quite a while. So appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We'll reclose public comment. Does anybody want to make a motion? I'll make a motion to approve the item.
I'll second the motion.
So a motion by Mayor Stevens, second by, was it Councilmember Harper? Okay. Since it's my motion, first of all, I absolutely appreciate everybody who spoke about this, everybody who wrote about this. I agree with you that we need affordable housing in the city. It's a huge objective of our housing element and our zoning after the housing element. And I also agree with you that this site needs to be part of that. The other person who agrees with that is the applicant, Mr. Sakioka. So the fact that if we approve this, it's not going to change that. We're going to move forward. We're going to create incentives for Mr. Sakioka to create affordable housing on that site, as we are going to do so for the rest of the places in the city. It's 10-year development agreement for which we get something that's very valuable, which is the train site and the rail yard, what do you call it, the rights of way. And that is not something that is a fantasy. Tomorrow I'm going to be meeting with former Mayor Polito and learning more about the streetcar that's going to happen, and that is imminent. And so we could in 10 years very well have that that train station there and those rail lines, which will very much benefit the community and very much benefit housing in that area and our business community. So for all those reasons, I think we should stick with what we voted on at our last meeting. That's the reason for my motion. Councilmember Harper, do you have anything to add?
I sort of echo what you have to say in general, but I think we should, I don't know that we heard any new information. We all have the same concerns that were brought up tonight, but I don't think there's anything new, any new facts to dissuade what we're really placing faith in a long-term quality developer that's proven to work with the community, and I think he will in the future. So, and I don't want to place a 2-year limit on a restriction on it. So I'd like to give him latitude to build the property properly. So that's all.
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Marr's hand is raised.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I agree with many of the affordable housing advocates that, you know, had we sort of gone through a better process, this would have been an opportunity to have something more concrete written for affordable housing right now. But unfortunately, we don't have an inclusionary housing ordinance on the books yet. That will happen. And then secondly, I just don't think that the way we do, I mean, this is a 20-year development agreement, and to sort of be trying to amend at the last minute is not really how I would like to do business. And then the last part of it is we could offer 2 years, but I don't want to put words in the applicant's mouth, but it's still a negotiation at the end of the day, right? This is still the development agreement. Just because we say 2 years doesn't mean it's going to be 2 years. They could say no. They could walk away entirely. We lose the rights that we have been granted, and frankly, we also lose somebody who's been a partner in our housing element process and planning. And so, it's just not the way I want to do this. I think that there is a better way, and that we are on the path to a better way, and that is through a housing element process, recommendations of which include potentially a further revision to the North Costa Mesa specific plan and some actual visioning and planning with the developer, with the development community, such that the things that we want built actually get built, right? I mean, we've seen this, sorry to go on a rant here for a second, but like we've seen this on Newport Boulevard where we say, here's some stuff we don't like, developers come fix it. And it was not with the community, and it was not with the developer community, and it was in a hand-handed last minute way. And I think through the housing element process, we have a way to do it better. And as much as it pains me not to take every opportunity to add additional affordable housing in the city, I don't like doing it this way. So I hope my colleagues on the affordable housing side of things understand this was a tough one.
I don't see any other hands raised. Do any other council members? Oh, Council Member Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. I feel like I've put all of my learning time into roads and streets, and I wish I understood sort of the development process a little bit more. My understanding is that the concern is with both sort of the concern among folks who pulled this item, and a concern I think we shared in our first discussion on this item, both the sort of RENA requirements and what seems to be sort of a broad interest on council and in the community of increasing housing stock and at various affordability levels to serve our community. That's something that we see as a really important opportunity for this site. And the current development agreement has 660 sounds like a lot, but it's maybe not a lot for the size of this site. And there is a potential scenario with this agreement that no affordable housing is built on this site. My understanding is that that's a possibility, but unlikely. And I guess I'm just hoping maybe some of our folks, I'm looking at you, Councilmember Harlan, folks who are more experienced in this process, it doesn't have to be, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but just sort of talk me through why that's a very unlikely scenario, if you believe it to be. That's sort of been my understanding, that the opportunity here and the pathway, maybe as Mayor Pro Tem Mar mentioned, the sort of the way to do, maybe the right way to do business here is working with the applicant through this housing element update process to sort of create a win-win policy. Can someone just talk me through that? I need a 2-minute education.
Councilmember Harlan, you've been called out.
Thank you. Well, quite honestly, I don't think I could have said it any better than Mayor Pro Tem Mar did, for all the reasons that she articulated. I think that how we do business with our development community is important, especially when we've had a good partner. And there is no guarantee that housing is going to get built, or affordable housing. And I want to make sure that we at least lay the right foundation for that to happen. So while it's very easy to advocate, and I certainly appreciate all the people who advocate for affordable housing, and I certainly want to see that happen, we need the partnerships to make that actually come into a reality. And so I think we do have some, we've gotten some consideration in this development agreement that is of value for us. I don't want to see us just summarily throw it away for the possibility of affordable housing. And I think I'd want to note too, we actually haven't had a full, throated discussion on council yet about how we're actually going to make affordable housing happen here. So it's a little tough to just throw it in at the last minute in a development agreement. And I don't think that's the vehicle to do it at this moment. Hopefully that helps you, Councilmember Reynolds.
Beautiful. Does anybody have any other questions or anything else to add? Okay, if not, then Madam Clerk, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Councilmember Camaros?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much, council, and everybody who spoke on that item. Our next item that was pulled is number 7. Madam Clerk, could you please read that item, please?
Thank you. This is professional engineering services for the Newport Boulevard Rehabilitation Project from Bristol Street to 19th Street.
Thank you. Now, this was pulled by Councilmember Harlan. So I'm going to give you the floor, Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I pulled this just for 2 reasons. One, I wanted some clarification from staff on the budget. I noticed that in the staff report in the original RFP, there was an estimate that this would be significantly less than what's being proposed for this PSA. So I wanted some clarification on that first, if I could get that. So Mr. Yang, if you have that available. Or Mr. Sethuraman, whoever's available.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Harlan, the reason why that number is there is because actually it's an error. We budgeted this in 3 different cycles of RMRA funding, and that's why there was a discrepancy in terms of what the actual design cost would be. The total funding is almost $4.9 million. So a design of about 10% is in the ballpark for that project.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So I appreciate that. The other reason I pulled this was just that I recognized in the city's response to the applicants that we are highlighting the active transportation plan. And I just want to make note that that's an incredibly important part of any development of our roadway system and our circulation system. And so I'm very pleased to see that in here. I recognize too that we're looking for some guidance from the consultant as far as how we can reimagine Newport Boulevard for some of our mobility improvements. So I just want to note that I'm pleased to see that here, and I hope we see that in pretty much every RFP that we're putting out there, that the ATP really is important to us and that we're investing in that in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Harlan. Now, before we open this up to public comment, do any other council members have any questions of staff? Okay, so let's open it up to public comment. Is there anyone waiting to speak about this item, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. David Martinez, you may speak.
Hello, thank you. First off, I just want to encourage you, if you haven't already, to read Mr. Russell Toller's letter to you. And now I just want to say that these rehabilitation projects, as Mr. Toller said, they're a great opportunity for active transportation. I remember on California Street, there was a road repaving and a lane repainting, and the bike lane, they pushed it into the curb. And because we caught that, it meant that the bike lane actually continued on the road. I know that Hamilton Street recently got a touch up and the bike lane is now wider. So it's really good to see that active transportation is being considered in these things. But what isn't good is that I only found out about this project because I read through this city council agenda. As a member of the Bikeway and Walkability Committee, I would like to have been informed about this before it happened. I would have liked to know about the Bear Street improvements and looked at the design before paint was on the ground, so that I may have been able to catch that southbound going on Bear, you have to cross 2 right turn lanes in order to go into the protected bike box. So I just want more Bikeway and Walkability Committee involvement so that we are able to catch things and so that we can see it through from beginning to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, anyone else waiting to speak on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll close the public comment then. And could I please get a motion on item number CC7?
I'll move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Harlan and seconded by Councilmember Chavez. Madam Clerk, would you please call the question?
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. And the next item that was pulled by a member of the public is the local road safety plan project.
Okay, that was pulled by a member of the public. So unless council has any comments or questions, we'll open it up to public comment. Is anybody from the public ready to speak about this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we have Cynthia McDonald, please.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I support awarding the contract to this consultant. The resulting plan will be a step towards developing Vision Zero policies that will advance road safety in Costa Mesa. The goals of the plan will support that vision so we can implement safety solutions to systematically reduce fatal and severe injuries. However, it is important to note that the plan is a living document, and it will require the use of strategies over a period of many years, and will also require evaluation of the success of the plan and likely some revision to it as the city grows. So please approve this contract, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next speaker is David Martinez.
Hello. Yes. So this, I think, is a very good plan. Also, it'll help, as Ms. McDonald said, with Vision Zero. We cannot have any more traffic injuries or fatalities. Now, what I'm worried about is just having another plan that's put in a shelf and collecting dust. I saw on the Bikeway and Walkability Committee webpage a Santa Ana River Trail vision study from 2008, which I don't think has been acted upon. I've read through the active transportation plan, and there are still some things from 6 years ago that I don't think have even been mentioned since that time. And I understand that this is a living document, so we will be updating it. But I want to make sure that when we update it, it's not after 5-10 years. It's after a year, 2 years, after we've already done a lot of the things in that plan. I don't just want more plans collecting dust. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a fair point. Thank you for your service on the committee as well. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on this, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we have none.
Okay. Well, I'll close the public comment then and ask council for a motion on consent calendar item number 11.
I'll move the item.
Move that we.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Who? Motion by Councilmember Chavez. Who wanted to second it? Okay. Second by Councilmember Reynolds. Thank you very much for the motion and the second. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Item number 12 is the annual energy and sustainability report. Mr. Sethuraman, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, Salam Afawaki, she's pulling up a presentation. In 2019, City Council approved the formation of Energy and Sustainability Division under Public Services. And in January 2020, we hired Salam to be our first Energy and Sustainability Manager. We have accomplished quite a bit, and Salam would go through that presentation, and we are excited about what we are going to share. Salam?
Sure. Thank you, Raja. Good evening, Mayor. Can you hear me very well?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Thank you.
Good evening, and I'll be continuing with that presentation. So the sustainability team works collaboratively with different city departments, external stakeholders to identify, develop, implement innovative, forward-looking projects and programs that help reduce our carbon footprint, increase our resource efficiency, and also enhance our natural and built environment. The team developed this first annual sustainable report to provide an update on completed and ongoing citywide sustainability initiatives and projects in 2020, and also highlights the importance of collaboration and partnership in achieving our collective goals. This report is the first of its kind for the city, and it uses Lead for Cities framework as a guideline and issues progress that we've made to date. This report also is an invitation to our community, our stakeholders, to join our journey to build a brighter and cleaner future for all. The Energy and Sustainability Division focuses on these 6 areas that support local climate action, building resilience, improve our public health, and advances inclusion equity citywide. The first area of focus, as you can see here, is on energy. This includes energy efficiency, renewable energy, community choice energy, energy storage, and also DERs that are also known as distributed energy resources. The second area we focus on is on mobility or on clean mode of transportation, which includes with a big emphasis, obviously, on zero emission vehicles, and then expanding EV charging infrastructure throughout the city. We also work on waste. The sustainability team administers the city's solid waste and recycling program, in addition to ensuring that we meet all the state mandates and requirements. We also work on education and outreach, mainly on organic waste and recycling. The next area of focus, as you can see here, is in collaboration with our local and regional partners, is focusing on water conservation efforts throughout the city, with focus on drought-resistant landscape, for example, and green infrastructure initiatives. On open spaces and ecosystems, this is also in collaboration with another city department. This would be Parks and Community Services, and also with maintenance team under Public Services. The sustainability team works to increase tree canopy throughout the city, explore urban food systems, find ways to use nature-based solutions to enhance the quality of life in the city. Here, we try our best to focus on efforts, especially in our low-income and disadvantaged communities in Costa Mesa. Finally, on one area we hope to do more in collaboration with planning department is on economy and workforce. This is to promote Costa Mesa businesses, providing capacity building and opportunities that leads to greener jobs and green economy. The first action when funds become available would be to start Green Businesses Network in Costa Mesa. Here are some of our accomplishments in 2020. Even though it was a challenging times for everyone because of COVID-19, and despite fiscal limitations, we were able to accomplish quite a few things. And this was, we were able to done it by leveraging existing grants and incentives. We were able to do most of the projects zero cost to the city. The first major accomplishment, one of those that we are the most proud about, is the Lead for City certification. In early 2020, Costa Mesa was one of the 20 cities that received Bank of America's grant to pursue Lead for Cities through USGBC, that's US Green Building Council. In November 2020, the City of Costa Mesa received LEED for Cities Gold certification for its practical, measurable strategies and solutions aimed at improving sustainability, creating more livable community areas, enabling better quality of life for its residents. Costa Mesa is the first city in California and one of the only 4 cities in the nation to get LEED Gold certification under LEED 4.1, which is the most stringent LEED requirement. And now we are serving as a mentor and example to other cities, which we are very proud about. As you can see from the scorecard, it's a little bit harder to see, but there the city did well in integrative planning and leadership processes, green spaces, transportation performance and policies, water efficiency, energy, greenhouse gases reduction management efforts, and quality of life, including some good credit and points we got on innovation, some of out-of-the-box solutions and ideas we have implemented to date. Due to the comprehensive nature of LEED for Cities certification process, wide range of internal and external stakeholders helped in getting through the certification process. They helped and provided a lot of input that made this possible. And this collaboration has led to strengthening existing relationship the city have had and creating opportunities for future partnerships as well. Energy efficiency projects are one of the priority areas for the sustainability team, and we are working collaboratively with our local utility. Here we have SCE, Southern California Edison, to take advantage of all available incentives for local government. This includes rebates on bill financing, option E, Safe by Design. They have different programs designed for local government so that they can benefit from it, and we make sure that we take advantage of that. And the first photo that you can see is the citywide streets retrofit project. Costa Mesa, at the moment, Costa Mesa street light by itself is 57% of the city's electricity bill goes to street lights. So it has a big potential for energy efficiency there. So what the staff did is in partnership with SCE through their Option E program, we replaced 6,150 street lights from high pressure sodium to LED lights. This initial savings to this led to the initial saving to the city of $81,000 a year in energy bills from year 1 to year 20, which translates to $1.6 million savings in 20 years. The second picture, as you can see, this one is another project the sustainability team completed in collaboration with the engineering team. And this is to upgrade the exterior lighting at 4 parks, Twinkle, Wickham, Heller, and Ballpark. It's also to replace them from high pressure sodium lighting to LEDs. These projects brought $5,690 a year in energy savings. It also increased safety, security, visibility at these parks, while significantly reducing labor hours needed to maintain these exterior lights. In addition, the last picture, the team worked with various departments, neighboring cities, and community groups last year to explore community choice energy in Costa Mesa. Through this effort, the city made progress in increasing awareness about community choice energy, the benefit it brings, and also the challenge in forming and joining SCE. The next one, Costa Mesa also has embraced broader efforts towards sustainable transportation and mobility options. The team currently is working on various initiatives and programs in electric vehicles, greening our city fleet, and expanding EV charging infrastructure citywide. Here are some of the projects that the staff has worked on that maximized grant funding opportunities to advance clean mobility options that are good for residents, for the economy, and for the environment. The first picture is the recently completed publicly available EV charging station here at the City Hall, which includes level 2 and level 3 charging. The picture is of a level 2 charging. At the same time, the city also pursued 3 new fully electric Chevy Volts. That would be picture number 2, which aims at greening and modernizing the city fleet. These EVs are able to benefit from recently completed the EV charging infrastructure here at the City Hall, and most of them are used by the city staff as carpool vehicles. For both project, the sustainability team, in collaboration with engineering division, was able to successfully secure grant funding for these as well. $148,000 grant funding from MSRC, that's Local Government Partnership Program, and then another $70,000 from California Electric Vehicles Infrastructure Project. And to expand our EV charging station, our EV infrastructure and vehicles to medium and heavy duty vehicles, the sustainability team in collaboration with Fleet Services also pursued another grant. That's the VW Mitigation Trust Fund grant, and was awarded $180,000 to purchase an e-shuttle. And the staff is now currently working internally to purchase this this bus and place it at the senior center so that our community could benefit from it. The sustainability team also oversees all commercial waste collection and recycling services within the city. Through this non-exclusive franchise system, city staff manages trash and recycling services to all multi-family units, 5 units or more, and all business properties, as well as hauling and construction and demolition projects. Although most of the work with waste is mainly led by compliance, the team works to increase awareness and education also on how to properly manage waste with focus on organic waste. As a first step, our team developed a presentation on SB 1383, that is the new state regulation on organic waste reduction. And this mandate would impact everyone, every resident, every business in Costa Mesa. And this educational video is available on the city's YouTube channel. Okay, so on community outreach and education, the sustainability team was not able to organize a lot of events because of COVID-19 in 2020, but still we were able to achieve a few things that allowed us to advance in the space. In collaboration with the city's communication team, the city launched a dedicated sustainability page on the city's website to increase community engagement and outreach. That would be the first picture. The new sustainability page is designed to provide information on various innovative sustainability projects and initiatives staff is working on that enhance both the natural and the built environment, while making it easier for Costa Mesa residents to engage and connect with all things sustainable. Prior to the lockdown as well, the city team, sustainability team held 2 internal workshops to identify and challenge advances in sustainability. Attendees include engineers and public services staff. So, and the last picture is on the team attended sustainability in collaboration with transportation team. We took part in OCC's sustainability fair and shared knowledge and experience there. I'll make it a little bit faster. So these were the awards. The first one is being named lead gold city. And then the second one is American Society of Civil Engineers awarded the EV charging station project at the City Hall as the outstanding project of the year for energy. This shows, all these things show that sustainability is not an additional cost, but it's a source of continuous improvement, efficiency, and it can even be a source of revenue for the city. We were able to secure more than $400,000 in grants, rebates, and in energy savings just last year. Next steps, I promise to make it faster and finish soon. So next steps for 2020, we're mainly gonna be focusing on, because of the state requirement, mainly focusing on waste-related issues. The first one is SB 1383, it's a compliance on organic waste. So we're working internally to develop the right tools, policies, agreements, resources in place to make sure that we can comply. This is gonna kick in January 1st of 2022. Another big issue in the city, and we're gonna be focusing on to make it as a priority to get it done, is abandoned bulky item throughout the city. We are working with Neighborhood Improvement Task Force led by our Assistant City Manager to find a lasting solution to that problem. We're gonna keep on exploring community choice energy option for 2020 for the city. And we're also gonna continue partnerships and grant opportunities and everything sustainable. One thing we're gonna do more, and we promise to do more, is community engagement and outreach now that things are getting back to normal. The first thing we're working on, and is gonna be on the 22nd of April, which is gonna be on Thursday, is Earth Day, and it's gonna be at 10 a.m. This is the flyer. We have few council members that are also taking part as well. So please join us, and it's easy to register. Costa Mesa ca.gov/Earth Day, and you will be able to register and join us. Thank you for the opportunity. I know I took a long time, but thank you for your patience and for listening. Thank you. I'll go. So if you have any questions, I'm available to answer.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Afewerki. So do any of the council members wish to ask any questions or make any comments at this time? I don't see anybody raising their hand. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. There I see somebody. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Afewerki for the presentation. We've been, I think a few of us have wanted to make sure the public knew what you were working on. So that's great. Thanks for all of your efforts. I think the only other thing that might be helpful, especially for potentially FIPAC, was asking about this the other day too, is sort of maybe like an economic summary of like where the cost savings have been, just so that's something that we're sort of tracking, because there have been cost savings associated with bringing you on board in these sustainability efforts. So thank you so much for your work.
Right. I think that, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar. I think that that's a very perceptive point. I was very supportive and voted for this mostly because I would vote on something like this if Mayor Pro Tem Mar thinks it's a good idea. But in addition to what you've saved, I think in fairness, we should say what does it cost? I mean, there's a cost associated with the team, and just to make sure that it's quite clear in terms of the little profit and loss that it's a profitable enterprise. And not to mention all the great benefits to the community, and it's not just all about money, but it's important to portray that. Any other comments? Councilmember Reynolds, did you have something?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Afewerki. I was really happy to read this, and thank you for being so busy in your first year as well. I did. I was interested in to see some of the activities for 2021, and I wanted to throw out a few other things that I think it's important for us to be considering, especially where there would be grant opportunities as well. One, I can't let this go. I think when we talk about mobility, it has to be also. I think we mentioned this in the lead for cities application as well, reducing vehicle miles traveled, right? So it's not just replacing vehicle trips with, green powered vehicle trips, but an essential part of any sort of sustainability activity and focus has to be how do we get people out of their cars and walking. There's some really interesting data that I know based on your transportation background, you're aware of as well. A huge percentage of vehicle trips that happen in our city are very, very short trips that if we can replace with walking trips or biking trips, huge benefit for emissions and many other things. A good example of that might be parents dropping their kids off at school. I know a number of parents who drive like a quarter mile to drop their kids off at school. They would let their kids walk if we had better walking infrastructure. So things like that are sort of win-wins across the board. And so I would encourage you to work with our public services team on the transportation side to look for grants to support that as well. Also relevant, I think mostly to districts 4 and 5, making sure that we're also looking at air quality as a resource. I didn't see that listed there. I know you mentioned and are aware of the Cal Virus screen, so looking at air quality improvements in some of these areas where it could be improved would be helpful. And I know you've got the access to the AQMD grants there. Lastly, on that note, and on the topic of justice that we've mentioned a couple times before, I think, I'd like to see us looking also at environmental justice aspects in our sustainability work. And again, that's sort of, I know you have a background in that as well. But good, this is great. Thank you so much for your work, and I'm excited for the next report. Thank you.
Do any other council members wish to comment before we do a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry, we got
need to
to open it up to public comment, I think, at this point. Do we have to open it up to public comment? Anybody want to speak from the public?
If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. Mr. Mayor, we have none.
Okay, now I'm going to close the public comment and now ask for a motion.
I'd like to move to receive and file the report.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Gamero, second by Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Madam Clerk, would you please call for the question?
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yes.
Councilmember Harper.
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan.
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros.
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Congratulations, everyone. We've made it through the consent calendar items, and it's not even 8 o'clock. Now I think is a logical time to take a little break. So let's take a 10-minute break. Before we do that, there are a number of people that are ready, I know, to speak on public hearing item number 1. So while we're taking the break, you'll get 3 minutes. I'm not going to say less than 3 minutes, but kind of collect your thoughts. Think about, not repeating what other people have said. If there's a way that we could be concise, so we get to get through the item in an efficient way while listening to everybody's important input. So anyway, with that, let's take a 10-minute break and let's be back at 8:05.
You may begin.
Wonderful. All right, everybody, we're back, and I hope everybody had an enjoyable break. We have one public hearing item tonight, just one, but it's a big one. City Clerk, Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. And these titles are quite long, so it'll take me a couple minutes.
I told you it was a big one.
This is give first reading to two ordinances entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Chapter 9, Special Land Use Regulations, Article 21, Location of Marijuana Distributing, Manufacturing, Research and Development, and Testing Laboratories, and Chapter 4, Citywide Land Use Matrix, Table 13-30, Land Use Matrix of Title 13, Code Amendment C0-2021-01, to establish the development standards for cannabis uses, including retail cannabis storefront and non-storefront uses, to implement the City of Costa Mesa Retail Cannabis Tax and Regulation Measure Q, and an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Section 9-29.5 of Article 5, Administration, Application, and Procedures of Chapter 1 Business Tax, and Sections 9-116, 9-119, 9-120, and 9-121 of Chapter 2 Regulation of Certain Businesses, and Chapter 6 Marijuana Businesses Permits of Title 9 Licenses and Business Regulations, to establish the tax rate, operation requirements, and standards for cannabis uses, including retail cannabis, storefront, and non-storefront uses, to implement the City of Costa Mesa Retail Cannabis Tax and Regulation Measure Q. This is a call for ex parte communications, please.
Councilmember Chavez, I have met with people in the industry.
Yeah, John Stevens, I've met with many people in the industry, dozens of people.
This is Councilmember Lauren Guimeros. I as well have met with several people in the industry.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar, the Shrine Group, Robert Taft, and Michael Musali.
Don Harper, I've met with several people in the industry.
Reynolds, I've had a couple conversations with industry members.
Councilmember Harlan?
Like Councilmember Reynolds, I've had some email correspondence with members of the industry.
Okay. So did anybody else have anything to, okay. So before we go on with the staff report, first of all, Madam Clerk, did you have anything else you wanted to say before we do the staff report?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, so I was going to ask the city attorney, there was some issue in public comment about whether I am excluded from participating in this because I participated in the Planning Commission deliberations. I'd like you to speak with that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The issues of participation in more than one level for certain public hearing items typically is related to some sort of individualized land use entitlement or permit, such that if, for example, a member of the Planning Commission had participated in a hearing on an individual application for a land use, then they would be precluded from participating at the City Council level. However, this action before the council tonight is purely a legislative matter, and therefore there is no impediment to the mayor's participation this evening. It does not present a conflict of interest. I hope that answers any questions on that issue.
Thank you. I appreciate that report. Thank you very much. And then we have a lot of folks that are probably on the phone that are not familiar with our procedures. What we'll do now is the staff presentation, after which council will have an opportunity to ask the staff questions. Then we'll open it up to public comment. As I said, everybody will have 3 minutes, but they don't have to take 3 minutes. Then we'll close public comment. We'll do a motion and then discussion among council. So with that, Ms. Nguyen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Give me 1 second. Let me load my presentation and I will get going. All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Nancy Nguyen, Associate Planner with the Development Services Department. The agenda item before you tonight are the ordinances related to the implementation of Measure Q, which is the retail cannabis ballot measure that was approved by the voters of Costa Mesa in November 2020. The ordinances proposed tonight would specifically amend Title 9 and Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. So just a really brief background on Measure Q. As you may recall, Measure Q allows retail cannabis uses, specifically storefronts, or in other words, dispensaries, as well as non-storefronts, which is also known as deliveries. No other retail types, such as cannabis lounges, are permitted other than storefronts and non-storefronts. Measure Q also authorizes the City Council to adopt ordinances for the retail cannabis uses. Under Measure Q, the retail tax rate is 4 to 7%. And it includes other operating requirements, such as the zoning, separation distance from sensitive uses, as well as security measures. So following the approval of Measure Q by the voters, staff immediately began preparation of regulations and ordinances to implement Measure Q. So over the course of our preparation, the staff did research and consult with other cities who currently have retail cannabis programs, like the city of Santa Ana, Long Beach, and San Diego. In addition, the draft ordinances were guided by the recommendations of the City Council Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee, as well as feedback at the stakeholder meetings with the cannabis business industry. The draft ordinances have been presented for review by Planning Commission, who on March 22nd recommended City Council give first reading to the ordinances. So Planning Commission's recommendations have been reflected in the ordinances that are attached to the City Council staff report. In addition, the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, or known as FIPAC, also recommended to City Council that the tax rate be set at the maximum of 7%. So a brief summary, of the zoning code amendments, which is in Title 13. So the amendment would include adding a new code section that would implement and establish the permitted zoning districts, the required planning application, required separation distances, as well as specific development standards for storefronts and non-storefront uses. Under Measure Q, storefronts are allowed in all commercial zones, while non-storefronts are allowed in both commercial zones and the green zone, which, if you recall, the green zone is the current area where all the Measure X uses are allowed. And Measure X, just as a reminder for everybody, is the non-retail cannabis side. All other zones besides the commercial and the green zone are prohibited. So in terms of required planning application, Planning Commission did recommend a conditional use permit, or CUP, for any retail cannabis uses, which would then be subject to Planning Commission's decision. For existing Measure X operators, their approved CUP can be amended to add a non-storefront component, and that would be processed as a minor CUP, which is subject to the zoning administrator's decision. So one of the other location requirements under Measure Q is that storefront uses must be located a minimum of 1,000 feet, specifically from K through 12 schools, child daycare, playgrounds, and homeless shelters. In addition, the state requires a 600-foot separation from youth centers. Planning Commission also recommended a 500-foot separation between retail storefronts, and that recommendation is to address concerns with overconcentration or clustering of storefronts in a particular area of the city. So all separation distances are proposed to be measured based on property lines. It should be noted that the separation requirements are only applicable to storefronts and not standalone non-storefront uses. So in terms of youth center and the definition of it, Planning Commission recommended to defer to the state's definition. However, City Council may consider a narrower definition, which would include certain uses not considered as youth centers. The Cannabis Council Ad Hoc Committee did provide a recommended definition, which was included as part of their overall recommendations on the ordinances. That was provided as a supplemental memo to all of the council members. So a narrower definition of youth center would mean or would open up more available commercial zone properties. The preliminary draft map that's attached to the City Council staff report, however, reflects the state's open-ended definition, which includes a variety or in more types of youth center uses. While Planning Commission recommended a separation requirement between storefronts, they did not recommend a cap. There is proposed language in Title IX, though, that would allow City Council to establish a license cap by resolution at any time. City Council may consider a combination of a separation requirement between the storefronts along with a license cap or one or the other method to address overconcentration concerns. So just for comparison, the City of Santa Ana and Long Beach both have a license cap as well as a separation distance between storefronts. It should be noted, though, that both cities allow storefronts within industrial zones only, unlike Costa Mesa, which, again, is in commercial zones only. Amendments to Title IX, which is the code section pertaining to licenses and businesses regulations, includes establishing the retail tax rate at 7%. It authorizes the city manager to make rules in order to administer and enforce the regulations relating to permitting commercial cannabis businesses. It also includes additional operating requirements for storefronts and non-storefronts, such as delivery vehicle requirements, employee requirements, and required security measures. For non-retail cannabis businesses who also engage in a retail operation, they would be subject to the retail tax rate only and not be required to pay the non-retail tax in addition. So the major changes to Title IX major changes to Title IX are within Chapter 6. Let me try that sentence one more time. The major changes to Title IX within Chapter 6 is within Chapter 6, since that code section pertains specifically to cannabis business permits. So as part of the existing language in Title IX from Measure X, a person convicted of a felony within the past 7 years would be considered ineligible from operating, owning, or being employed at a cannabis business. So Planning Commission, as well as public comments during the Planning Commission meeting, acknowledged the disproportionate impacts the war on drugs has had on people of color in terms of arrests and convictions related to cannabis. Though the cannabis industry is becoming legal in many states throughout the country, people of color still benefit the least in terms of ownership and employment opportunities. And that's because felony convictions is a barrier to entry into the legal cannabis marketplace. So to remove this barrier, staff has proposed language in Title IX to exempt felonies involving cannabis where the underlying felony has been reduced under Prop 64. However, a robust social equity program not just removes the barrier to entry, but also provides certain benefits to applicants who could qualify as a social equity applicant. So typical benefits for such program includes reduced or waived application fees, priority application, or expedited plan check review or expedited application review. City of Oakland, which is considered to have one of the more successful social equity programs, also provides additional benefits such as financial and legal assistance. A social equity program can also provide community benefits by allocating a certain percentage of the retail tax towards a public art fund or a community reinvestment fund, which could actually be used to invest in communities most harmed by past cannabis prohibition and enforcement policies. So state funding is available through the state's Cannabis Equity Grant Program for local jurisdiction. The funding is available to assist cities with developing a social equity program, as well as funding to assist social equity applicants with their business venture. The state actually recently awarded a total of $15 million in grant funding to several cities and counties. So staff is seeking some further direction from City Council whether to pursue a social equity program. As mentioned earlier, City Council was provided with a supplemental memo containing a list of the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee's recommendations on the ordinances presented tonight. Their recommendations are on the following topics as shown on this slide, which includes separation between storefronts, playgrounds, as well as youth centers. And with that, staff recommends that the City Council find that the adoption of the ordinances are exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, and introduce for first reading by title only, ordinance number 2021-X1, which is for Title 13, and ordinance number 2021-X2, which is relating to Title 9. So that concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nguyen, for that presentation. Very well done. Before we open this up for public comment, do any of the council members have any questions of Ms. Nguyen or anyone else on staff? Okay, and that's, I'm sorry, Councilmember Harper.
Thanks, Mayor Stevens. Yeah, this is an appropriate time, and I'm this cannabis approval measure queue was started long before I got here to council. So I hope I'm just trying to catch up and ask for some reasons why we have certain things. So I want to know in the ordinance why you'd speak to the reasoning, and if it's not appropriate, John, let me know. Reason for the 500 feet distance from each store. What's the logic behind that?
Yeah, Councilmember Harper. That was actually a recommendation by Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommended a 500-foot separation between the retail storefronts as a way to address over-concentration concerns. If that answers your question.
No, it's helpful. What exactly is the concern over concentration? What's the purpose of that? So I'll ask it a different way. What's the difference between two 1,000-foot stores and one 2,000-foot store in the same area?
Councilmember Harper, if I understand your question, it's sort of the logic behind 500 feet. So the Planning Commission did make that recommendation. In part, I believe it was based on best practices by other cities that do include a separation requirement, but also the idea that the 500 foot generally represents roughly half a block. So the concern is perhaps that it may be a negative from a policy perspective to have a clustering of cannabis storefronts, for example, in the same shopping center or on the same physical area or in the same block. So that was the nature of their concern, was that it would be beneficial to have more space in between storefronts as opposed to a clustering.
I still don't think that answers my question. I'm still asking for what's the reason, either from a safety standpoint, a traffic standpoint. What's the reason why I don't want two cannabis stores right by each other?
May I let me take a shot at it. Since I was part of that deliberation. Councilmember Harper, that's a very good question. And to my recollection, and Ms. Nguyen and Ms. Lee were at the deliberations. I do not recall any planning commissioner specifically articulating the reason for the barrier. As I recall, it was kind of raised in the second meeting. We deliberated twice. The separation issue and the 500 foot was identified, I think, by Chairman D'Erical at the second meeting. And I don't remember there being any specific discussion of, although I agree that, implicitly it's to avoid over concentration. But to your point, kind of the deeper point, why, I don't remember that being articulated specifically at the Planning Commission meeting.
Yeah,
I would agree that it wasn't specifically articulated. There was a reference to overconcentration. Generally speaking, concerns related to overconcentration are primarily because having a cluster of the same type of uses in close proximity, you have sort of a cumulative effect of whether it's parking, traffic, or any other use, or any other concern. It just tends to be a cumulative effect when you have clustering of the same types of uses. So, but Mayor Stevens is correct that no other specific reasons were articulated.
No other specifics. And there's no difference between a cannabis store and a yogurt shop as far as traffic's concerned or activity. It might be the exact same. So we really maybe don't accomplish anything other than, it sounds like, I know I sound like a 4-year-old asking the question, why? But yeah, we're just kind of saying we did it because we did it, and there's over concentration. But thank you. I think I got it.
I think a similar example that was raised at the Planning Commission where overconcentration is actually a regulatory concern is at the state level is liquor licenses. So although liquor stores don't have any more traffic or parking than any other retail store, there's enough of a concern as to secondary effects that we have an overconcentration calculation and regulation that apply to liquor stores. So I think that was the overall concept, but again, nothing specific articulated.
Yeah, I just don't see I still don't see where that has much substance to it, other than we did it because we did it, and liquor stores do it. I just don't see. I'm looking for a realistic reason why residents of Costa Mesa wouldn't want to go to one spot and go to 2 different stores. And did we determine? And you talked to all the industry experts. What's the number one driver behind having a retail cannabis store successful? And John, if you want to speak to it, because I know and John and Manuel, you guys are experts at it at this point. I'd be happy to hear from you.
Well, I've talked to a lot of them. I'm not sure I can answer that question. It's maybe it's a bit of a trade secret, but I think it's like with any, I'm like thinking back to my Cal Poly Pomona days, with the 4 Ps of marketing, the product. You have to have a good product. Mm-hmm. You have to have it at a good place, right? You have to be able to promote your product, and you have to sell it at a fair price. So if you think about what we're doing here, a lot of the things that we're going to be talking about fall into the category of one of the 4 Ps.
Yeah. I agree with you. I agree exactly with what I agree with your answer. And so did you factor in, when you put in the 500 feet, the effect on location on a second or third cannabis company that came in and did everything right, but they had the wrong location? And so we would be faced with failing cannabis stores that had a bad location but operated well. I'm sure you thought, did you guys discuss that?
No, but it is a very, very good question, Councilmember Harper, but it wasn't discussed at the Planning Commission.
Got it. Was there I know there were discussions early on about including the 405 as a barrier for the 1,000-foot requirement. Is there a reason why that was not included in this ordinance? And what was that reason? Was it not a sufficient barrier? Were we just sticking to the 1,000 feet without thinking about it? Was that a legal issue? Why did we exclude that?
Councilmember Harper, are you referring to the supplemental memo with the ad hoc's recommendation, or the ordinance? Excuse me, the Title 13 ordinance.
I have gotten so many emails and so many late emails and so many. I'm overwhelmed. Frankly, I've read it all, but it's confused in my head. So I'm not sure where I read it or heard it, and it may have been one of the discussions I had with one of the cannabis retailers. I'm not sure. I just know it was an issue and a question and a possible part of the ordinance, because it was a argument for a location, frankly. I'll be honest about it. So I just wondered if there's a real reason why that said it was a barrier and that's not a barrier, and if it's a valid or invalid reason that it was excluded.
Can clarify kind of the progression of that discussion. So the ordinance that was originally proposed and presented to the Planning Commission included an exception for the 405 freeway as an impenetrable barrier. The Planning Commission did not modify that as part of their recommendation, so it is included in the ordinance presented to you this evening. The ad hoc committee's recommendation is to not include the 405 freeway, or to not make any exceptions based on impenetrable barriers to the distance measurement.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Did we, in our ballot measure, inform voters that this ordinance or this ballot measure would include a social equity component or include a specific allocation of the tax to a specific fund and we've got the arts. I love the arts, arts master's program or housing. Did we specifically identify that in the ballot measure?
The ballot measure authorizes the city council to adopt an ordinance that implements cannabis retail. It's not specific as to what that ordinance may or may not contain. So although it doesn't specifically address it, the city council retains the authority to adopt those types of programs as part of its ordinance and its decision making. Right, but I can read on the website specific things that it did and did not include, but you're saying within the context of the actual ballot measure, it allows for that. I guess that's what you're saying. Correct. Got it. Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're very welcome. So do any of the other council members have questions at this time for staff? I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Not so much for staff, but what was the basis of the ad hoc committee's recommendation not to include the 405 as a barrier? Well, I'll take a shot at that, and then they can supplement as necessary. So I think you could go a few different ways here. The impenetrable barrier as the 405 primarily benefits the Hooters side, which is being under consideration for a dispensary. And so you could argue that the 405 is a impenetrable barrier, but in fact, there are ways to get over the 405 and under the 405 in different places of the city. There's also, of course, the 55, which is a freeway, and there are also ways to get over that as well, not under it, as the case may be. But in fact, you know, there are a lot of things that are impenetrable, buildings that are impenetrable, that you can't walk through or walk over. And so to single out one structure, the 405, and say, you know, that is impenetrable, but these buildings aren't impenetrable, but the 55's not impenetrable, just didn't seem, you know, equitable, quite honestly. And then I don't know, the other ad hoc committee members may want to chime in here, but that was my rationale.
Yeah, I think Mayor Pro Tem did a good job explaining it. I think it's also just for simplicity's sake. You know, once you create an impenetrable barrier, it kind of becomes the onus of Costa Mesa to defend why that's impenetrable and not other things are impenetrable. So for sake of simplicity, that's kind of why we did it.
Councilmember Damaris?
I'll add one more thing to that. Hopefully this answers some of the questions that may come up with this. You have path of travel and distance from. So if you were to say there's a sensitive use location, such as a school, and then you measured in a straight line to a specific location, you would have a certain distance that could be within or not within that buffer zone. But you could argue that the 405 freeway is an impenetrable barrier. Therefore, in order for someone to get to a specific site or location from said sensitive use area, they would have to follow a specific path of travel. And if you measure that specific path of travel, in this case, going around the 405 freeway, to get to a specific location on the other side, you then would exceed that distance. Therefore, there would not be that distance. It would go around it. But there is nothing that specifies path of travel. Everything is measured in a straight line. Therefore, we did not count the 405 freeway as an impenetrable barrier because the site that was in question, the Hooter site, from one of the sensitive uses was less than 1,000 feet. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor or Councilmember Chavez.
I think that's right.
I'm with Councilmember Harper that I've read this a few times and is starting getting confused. Do we have any language in here specifically limiting the number of sites a specific ownership group can apply for? No, that didn't. Okay, that was just a conversation. That wasn't something read. Okay, and then I had one more question and I don't remember what it is right now.
Okay,
yeah. Move on.
Move on, and then if you think about it, then let me know. Anybody else have any other questions?
Councilmember Reynolds had a hand up.
Oh, Councilmember Reynolds. Okay. Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Thanks. I think I've got to change the color of my hand.
I know. I can't see it. I think it blends in with the books.
Okay, I have a few questions. Maybe one of them will be Councilmember Mar's unanswered questions. So there's mention of a soft cap, or the idea of a soft cap, and I was curious. I don't think that that's currently part of the ordinance, but I was curious sort of what staff was thinking and how that would be implemented, and what would be the recommendations around that.
Councilmember Reynolds, I can begin to answer that question, and then maybe Ms. Lee can fill in. So a soft cap, it is a cap that could be adjusted either annually, biannually, or as appropriate, or as determined by City Council. Our thought with the soft cap was to establish it based on applications that would be, it would be based on staff's ability to be able to handle the applications in the first year.
I think a secondary thought was the idea of, similar to Ms. Wynn's description, was the idea of a phased implementation. Best practices really point to matching up the ability of an agency to process the applications within the initial year, and then continue to adjust that soft cap over time and implement a phased rollout. So that was the thought process.
Can you give us a sense of what you feel the capacity is, or what you would recommend if there was a soft cap?
So just looking to other agencies for their past experience, both Santa Ana and Long Beach have caps that are roughly around 30 cannabis licenses, and they're obviously bigger organizations and have bigger physical space than Costa Mesa does. So our thought process was to have something like 10 to 15 applications in the first year, see how that implementation goes, and then ultimately perhaps increase the cap to an additional 10 to 15 based on the demand that we see. So that was the thought process.
Thank you. And am I correct in understanding that the current recommendation has no cap?
That's correct. The recommendation included this evening reflects the Planning Commission's recommendation, and they opted to recommend the 500-foot separation, and specifically noted that they were not interested in recommending a cap.
So thank you. A hypothetical question: if we know there's a lot of interest, I've been noticing where we peaked over 100 participants on our call today. If you were to get 100 applications on the first day that this ordinance is up, and let's just say all of them sort of qualify, how would we manage that situation in terms of either prioritizing applications, or could we set a cap at that point? I'm just trying to think about what potential scenarios.
included in the ordinance that the city council can establish a cap at any time by resolution. I think so. So that's one possibility in that scenario. Clearly, from staff's perspective, processing 100 applications simultaneously would just not be possible from a resources perspective. We do, as part of the city manager's authority for procedures, have the opportunity to identify prioritization scenarios. And so that could be another solution. Ultimately, we're based on the experience of other cities, we are expecting an initial high level of applications, but also each application goes through the vetting process, including application completeness determination. So ultimately, we would move through those applications based on a first come, first served basis, prioritizing those that have complete applications for processing first.
I'm sure it's difficult to predict, but do you have any sense of sort of the number of applications you're anticipating based on that information?
It is really hard to predict. I don't have a hard number for that. Based on industry interest and some of our expert feedback from our technical consultants, we anticipated roughly 30 applications, just based on what other cities have seen.
Okay. It's helpful to just get that sense of scale. Thank you. I want to make sure I have the right understanding. We have a number of recommended sort of distancing rules and other things that Ms. Swin mentioned. My understanding is that most of those apply only to storefront retail, and my understanding is that or can you clarify for me what does apply to locating delivery only businesses?
So Councilmember Reynolds, yes, you're correct. The separation requirements are specifically for storefront uses and not standalone delivery uses.
So delivery uses could be in any commercial zone anywhere in the city with no sort of separation or distance rules. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is that what other cities have done?
Yes, typically the separation requirements are more related to storefronts than it is non-storefronts, and the thought process behind it is non-storefronts per state law, the public is not allowed to enter. So it doesn't necessarily operate really like a regular retail use.
Got it. Okay. I have to ask, I couldn't help but notice that Smart and Final is an eligible site. And so with all of the sort of discussions we've had about noise and, truck traffic and drop-off traffic and so on, what are the protections? It sounds like under the current recommendations, a delivery location could be in a commercial zone, but adjacent to residential with only an MCUP process. Tell me what the sort of protections are for residents against the related impacts for a delivery that I anticipate would have quite a bit of traffic.
Yeah, so non-storefront uses per state law actually also in Title IX. I believe there is a I'll call it an end time a begin and end time of when shipments can be delivered, if you will, to the business. And in addition to that too, the state law does have set hours of operation. So deliveries the last delivery has to be by 10 p.m. Which, and just as for your information, a typical drive-through and bars and restaurant uses within 200 feet, usually the hours there is 11, the cutoff hours, if you will, is 11 p.m. Before it requires a CUP.
But may I just say one thing real quick is under the Planning Commission's recommendation and the ad hoc committee recommendation, it would only be home delivery in the green zone, the Measure X zone, that would be an MCUP, correct?
Correct, and that's because the green zone would be for any existing operators that want to amend their CUP to add deliveries. And it would be processed correct as an MCUP. MCUP for deliveries operating in the green zone area.
Right. But hypothetically, if if Smart and Final wanted to be a delivery service, they'd have to do it a CUP.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you. That was my next question, and I misread, I think, the ad hoc committee recommendation. So, but the ad hoc committee recommendation is different, I think, than the staff recommendation, because the ad hoc committee recommendation is recommending a CUP for all businesses, again, except for existing Measure X permittees, where the staff recommendation was an MCUP if you're further than 200 feet from residential. Is that correct? I want to understand the ad hoc's recommendation for a CUP for all permits.
I can provide a bit of background on the progression of that conversation. So initially, staff discussed and recommended that the CUP versus the MCUP follow what's typically applied to something like, as Ms. Wynn mentioned, a restaurant. And that was essentially for any storefront within 200 feet of a residential zone, a CUP would be required, and for any storefront that's more than 200 feet away from the residential zone, an MCUP would be required. That was not ultimately picked up, and the initial ad hoc committee, a previous ad hoc committee, had recommended minor conditional use permit for all applications, and therefore that was presented to the Planning Commission as the proposal. From there, the Planning Commission recommended instead that a CUP be required for all storefronts and non-storefronts, and an MCUP be required only for businesses in the Measure X zone that had already gone through the CUP process and wanted to amend their CUP to add delivery. So it was the Planning Commission's recommendation is what's before you this evening, and that recommendation specifies conditional use permit for any storefront or non-storefront, with an MCUP applying only to those Measure X businesses that already went through the CUP process and are just looking to amend their existing permit to add delivery.
And that's what the current ad hoc committee recommendation is consistent with what was recommended by the Planning Commission. Okay. You're done, council member?
No, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Phone issues here. I was on mute, somehow unmute again. My last question was related to the overconcentration question. And I just wanted to, I'm not a planner, of course, but sort of share my thoughts on that. And I think about it similarly to the sort of ABC rules for businesses that sell alcohol. Also probably just general planning. So my understanding is that the protection against overconcentration for ABC licenses is not necessarily a distance buffer, but sort of the maximum number of licenses that can be in a particular area. In that case, I think it's defined by census tract. And I do think that's valuable. I think of, for example, the first sort of retail stretch or commercial stretch of retail when I leave my neighborhood is 4 or 5 businesses side by side, and we have a nice diversity of businesses there. There's a sort of a normal sort of candy shop that doubles as a little fitness studio. There's a wine bar, there's a restaurant, and then a Pizza Hut. And, you know, I think it's nice to have that diversity of businesses. I'd hate to see something like that be 4 of the same, any kind of store. So I think there's overconcentration just for the purpose of the business diversity and access to diverse businesses close to home for our residents. I think also the avoiding kind of the clustering of businesses in any particular area in the city is valuable. And so I was curious if we had anything in the ordinance or had discussed any strategies to avoid sort of overconcentration of permits in a particular part of the city as well. And again, I think an example I can use in District 5, I think maybe some liquor stores maybe were permitted before we had some of these protections, and we do have a couple areas where we've got 2 or 3 liquor stores like all in the same intersection, and that's not necessarily ideal for right outside a residential neighborhood. So separate outside of the 500-foot buffer, are there any other strategies that you've seen to avoid clustering in a particular area of the city?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Rennell. Just if I understand you correct, if I understand your question, it is does the city have other methods of concentration for other uses, or excuse me, addressing over concentration for other uses? Besides separation requirements from certain sensitive uses, I'm not familiar with I'm sorry, I just blanked out. I'm not familiar with another method of addressing over concentrations. It's fairly typical that the city uses separation distances either from each other or from those uses. For example, the sober livings do have a separation requirements from each other. Perhaps Ms. Lee could weigh in as well to see if there are any other methods. But to my knowledge, my understanding, it's typical that we use separation distances.
Yeah, so it's typically separation requirements, but as you've mentioned, in terms of overconcentration for alcohol licenses, for example, it's something that's tied to the census tract and population. We did a review of a planning commission asked a similar question as to just best practices by other cities. So we did review those best practices with other cities, and in addition to separation distances, which was really the primary means of addressing this, most cities did have a cap or a combination of the two, and different ways of calculating cap. For example, there were examples of cities that had a certain number of licenses that were allowed by council district. There were cities that used population similar to census tracts. So there were a number of ways to calculate either a cap or a separation distance, but overall, those were the 2 ways that number of applications or overconcentration was addressed.
Councilmember Reynolds, I'll chime in here as well, just having experience with Long Beach's, at the time, medical marijuana implementation. So very similar concerns raised by council members that there could be over-concentrations in specific districts that just happen to have more commercial corridors in them just by the nature of the way that the districting worked out. So one of the ways, there was a multi-pronged strategy to deal with some of these issues, either and, in some cases it's and, cap, limits by district, some examples, the distancing requirements, and then kind of revisiting that every time that a dispensary closed, if there was one that was unsuccessful, to examine whether it should be reopened. Was there another location that might be more favorable, with this focus of trying to be as equitable as possible, especially since in that case, there were certain districts that had higher levels of certain uses, examples that you just mentioned now, like greater concentration of liquor stores, not enough diversification of a variety of retail, and not having the opportunity to have that sort of diversified, thriving business community base, and it just being, one industry dominating in a given district or another. So the caps, the distancing requirements, and kind of limits per district, since that's one of the other cities that does have a district based form of government. Those are some of the examples that we used. Same thing in Santa Ana. They have, in both the cases of Long Beach and Santa Ana, they both have a cap and a distance requirement between dispensaries. And in addition to that, they're zoned for industrial. And so that, hopefully that helps to answer your question.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm not necessarily opposed to sort of 2 stores side by side, but I am very concerned about sort of clusters and concentration in a specific area, both for being an area sort of being known as the marijuana zone. Someone will give it a name, right? And then also because they're any of these businesses are going to replace another business, and that's your spaces for a diversity of businesses. So I'd be interested in maybe some other ways, if we felt like the buffer wasn't the best solution, other ways to protect against that overconcentration. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we had, so Councilmember Harper, and then at some point, Councilmember Mar, you took your hand down. So you get your question answered?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, Councilmember Harper, and then anybody else, then we'll go to public comment. We have, I think, 100 people that want to speak.
Sorry. Yeah, this may be for the city manager, it may be for the ad hoc committee. What other cities in Orange County have retail cannabis in commercial zones?
None.
Zero. So we haven't seen the results of that at all, or how that behaves at all.
Correct.
Miss Harrelson, sorry, I'm going to call you Lorianne. Did City of Long Beach have retail cannabis at all in commercial zones at all before they went to industrial zones?
I don't believe so. So when I was in charge of the cannabis program in Long Beach, it was the medical marijuana. And in that case, it was not an industrial. And so that went through several iterations, and then retail came about, and then the decision was made by the council to put it in an industrial zone.
Any cities in California that have retail cannabis in commercial zones?
Councilmember Harper, not that I'm aware of. Most of the cities that staff research were all in industrial zones. I will note that the city of Las Vegas does allow them in commercial zones, but it is the city of Las Vegas.
It's Vegas, yeah. I think that's okay. That should be there. So nobody that we're aware of didn't do any research. We don't have any results. We would be the first that we're aware of. And okay. And the last question, I promise. The ad hoc committee, and this will help me understand how to maybe guide me in making comments on the ordinance. What are the overall objectives for the city in writing this ordinance? Is it revenue? Is it revenue maximization of revenue? Is it convenience for our citizens? Is it to bring in outside traffic and outside commerce? Is it neighborhood acceptance? What are the overriding principles or objectives that maybe the ad hoc committee or the planning commission or staff considered in writing this ordinance?
Right. That's a good question. And it goes back, I think, to the ad hoc committee that preceded the vote, the putting it on the ballot, and then all the work that we did leading up to that, and the council putting it on the ballot. But basically what you have in Councilmember Harper in Costa Mesa is you have an unquestionable demand for cannabis in our city and in our region. The demand for cannabis is being filled, and it's being filled in the city of Costa Mesa.
Mayor Stevens, I'm okay with you didn't have objectives. I'm okay if you didn't. I don't want you to make a statement here.
I these are the objectives. I don't
demand.
Don't these? Well, let me finish what I'm saying, and then you can decide whether you think that they were the objectives. But let me finish what I'm saying without interruption. Okay. So we have a demand that's being filled, and the demand is being filled by illicit operators or trap shops. We get no tax revenue from those shops, and we don't know what they're selling. They're selling unregulated product to our consumers. We don't know what they don't have any of these requirements that we have in our ordinance, our proposed ordinance. None of them are being complied with because they don't exist with the current illicit dispensaries. Furthermore, the illicit dispensaries cost a lot of money, as you've seen, I'm sure, since you've been on council, to enforce. One way you can get rid of illicit dispensaries is to bring a legal market in. It also, as we've seen with some of these provisions, including the 180-day provision that we have in our recommendations, it creates kind of an economic, the landlords getting on the same economic page with the objectives of the city to get rid of illegal dispensaries because they have an economic incentive to do so. So there's that. There's also the fact that the illegal cannabis industry run by well-capitalized businesses, regulated, selling products that are regulated by the state of California from seed to sale, legal products to the market, can generate revenue for the city anywhere from 4 to 7%, depending on what we decide. And that, of course, that money can be spent for all kinds of things, including some of the items that we raised in our recommendation. So basically, the objective is safety, a safe product, a raising money, and also, as you mentioned, to create an economic driver to our commercial zone, to have more people from the region come to our commercial zone when they purchase legal, regulated cannabis, taxed cannabis. They might also purchase a sandwich, or if they're going near Coco's, they might purchase a pie and take it home to Huntington Beach or whatever. And so we have in commercial corridors some kind of underutilized businesses or storefronts that the theory is they will be have a more kind of a renaissance, more business in those storefronts as well. So those are the reasons that I can articulate. Some of the other members that voted on this, I mean, really, we're talking about Councilmember Chavez, who's been here since the beginning, and the other council members who were on when we decided to put it on the ballot. Those were some of the things we considered, and certainly the things I considered. And then, of course, we put it on the ballot, and 65% of the voters of the city of Costa Mesa voted for it.
I think just to restate, to summarize, Mayor Stevens, you believe you're going to eliminate, or the goal was to eliminate illegal dispensaries by offering legal ones, bring in traffic, and raise revenue. Those are kind of your drivers, if I understand correctly.
Well, you forgot safety.
Well, we're safer. Well, you think we're safer with them than without them? I guess.
I think we're safe. I think I think you buy
safer with a legal one is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah. I would rather have my loved ones purchased from a regulated shop than an unregulated shop. And also, yeah, it's also, yeah, economic driver and safety and the other items that you mentioned.
Ms. Harrison, what's the number one problem in Long Beach? Or what's the problem? What's your number one code enforcement problem? Is it legal dispensaries or illegal dispensaries? And did the legal dispensaries eliminate the illegal dispensaries in Long Beach and in Santa Ana?
So from my conversations with staff in Santa Ana and Long Beach, the challenges that they faced initially during the implementation were mostly related to the influx of applications that come in the beginning, and then sort of a sorting out that happens in the market where you will be approving, let's say in their cases, they had the 30, but within a year, 10 or so may not succeed. And so there was a little bit of a stabilization period that needed to happen before they could even break even and achieve their revenue estimates. And so a lot of staff effort around the application and permit processing until they were able to get to the more stable cannabis businesses that were capitalized, that were able to really produce the revenue that met all the requirements and that were successful. They did mention in the beginning that there was quite a bit around the law enforcement activity in terms of making sure that everything was pursuant to code. One of the biggest challenges was making sure that the illicit dispensaries were basically taken care of and driven out so that they could focus their efforts around ensuring the success and the revenue for the legal cannabis businesses. So it took a little time for the illicit ones, but about 18 months to 2 years in, there was a lot of success with no longer having the illicit businesses. So that was a great success for them. But in both cases, they did talk about just having that 30 business cap. They kind of knew the cohort that they were dealing with at all times. And so those are some of the things that they mentioned, just the inability to generate your revenue estimate right away. It takes time to get through the application process, get everything situated, send out our teams, inspect the sites, make sure that they're all compliant with the code, and then get that revenue generated. So it was like a 9 to 12 month implementation period. And then again, that the first couple of years, some businesses falling out, believing that they could be successful, and then it turning out that they weren't so, and then a second round of applications coming in. But within 2 to 3 years, a real good stabilization and very good revenue streams. I think in Long Beach's case, they were looking at 7 million or something and ended up with 11 in the current fiscal year. So they were super
Sorry,
pleased.
I don't want to take any more time. I've taken enough time, but you got my answer. Hey, Mayor Stevens, I promise I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll hold you to that. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Sorry, just Googling quickly. There's a bunch of cities in California that have it in commercial zones. It looks like Oakland does. I just saw something that Long Beach at least allows it in mixed use zones. So I don't think that's kind of fair to say we're going to be the only ones in California. There's plenty of other cities. I just don't think we have a list handy.
Yeah, I was just looking for feedback from.
No, I mean, it was a reasonable question, but I mean, the commercial zone aspect of it was baked into Measure Q. Okay, let's hear from the public, shall we? Madam Clerk, do we have anybody who wishes to speak on this item from the public?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we do.
Oh, wow, surprise.
The first one is Keith Maximilian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the time and the time the city staff has put into this, for sure. My first comment is about youth center definition. I think the nature of what the state's definition is very overbroad and should be narrowed, specifically in regards to private education tutoring centers. The example I was pointing to was the Costa Mesa courtyards, where you have 145,000 square foot property with 2,000 of it being used as a tutoring center. So it kind of really puts everyone out that's even surrounding that and labels that 145,000 square foot center as a youth center. Meanwhile, parents are coming in, dropping kids off and picking them up, which is not what the state's definition of what they intended a youth center to be. It's not like an arcade or a hangout spot. That's number one. Number two, the existing establishments, the illicit, as the mayor was talking about, the illicit illegal shops should have way over 180-day probation from reapplying. Like, they've been operating for years without illegally, while everyone else is sitting here waiting for these ordinances to pass. I think, we recommended, I was on the ad hoc phone call, and I mean, 16 to 18 months would be, a typical, kind of penalty on that side. 180 days is pretty much getting a slap on the wrist. I equated it to taking your mom's car out and then her saying, just don't do it again. But the other one is the 500-foot business to business. What the priority, what I think a couple of council members mentioned is, I definitely think there should be given priority if you have a couple of applicants that are going to be within 500 feet of each other. Applicants should have residency points given if they're actually residents or homeowners within the city.
1 minute warning.
I think that's a very fair way to do that, because you are going to have applicants that are going to be within 500 feet of each other that are going to be a race to City Hall. And it's literally going to be a race to City Hall to who can submit their application first. But like I said, just to sum up, youth center definition, I think we should definitely narrow that to exclude private education facilities or tutoring facilities between K and 12, where kids under 14 are getting picked up by their parents. But those are my comments, but hopefully we can incorporate some of that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Randy Longwith.
Hopefully I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Mr. Maximilian just spoke, and I kind of agree with some and disagree with others. Let me start with youth centers. when we're talking about youth centers, there's a specific definition of youth centers in state law, right? Specifically, it's Health and Safety Code 11.353.1. And youth centers are any public or private facility that is primarily used to host recreational, social activities. That's the definition. So I'm trying to understand how the city is trying to limit that definition. It looks like they just took out including but not limited to language in the definition. So I'm not quite sure. I'm just trying to make sure that this ordinance, when it goes through, is sound and doesn't get challenged. Secondly, playgrounds. The state law, as its definition of a playground in 11.353.3.1, is any park or recreational area specifically designed to be used by children which has play equipment installed. I don't understand where the city can define a public versus private playground when the state specifically defines it as any. Again, I'm kind of one of those guys who is for cannabis, but is a conservative individual who really wants this ordinance to be beyond reproach. So those are my comments. When I look at playgrounds, there is a playground on the corner of Harbor and Merrimack that is called the Aurora Playground. If anyone were to look at that, compare that playground to Lions Park Playground, there is no difference. We're trying to protect children. The state protects children. So it really doesn't make any sense. It defies logic if we're trying to protect children to exclude specifically and especially a private playground like Aurora Playground. That's it. I just want this to pass muster, to not be challenged. And I hope the council ensures that the ordinance passes muster and is constitutionally sound. Thank you.
The next speaker is phone number ending in 948.
As a Costa Mesa resident and a Costa Mesa business owner, I find it shameful that your Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee reached out to the cannabis business industry and over 50 industry representatives, and yet the public was not invited to voice any of their suggestions or concerns. Why? Why are you pandering to cannabis operators over Costa Mesa residents? How about reaching out to Costa Mesa residents and business owners? Maybe even those within the parameter of current illegal dispensaries. You would be shocked with some of the issues that many are dealing with. Your recommendation for illicit dispensaries to vacate for only 180 days is absolutely nothing. It is far, far from a deterrent and frankly a joke of a consequence. Tenant improvements take longer than 180 days, so there's no consequence involved. For the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee to provide their list of recommendations during this evening's City Council meeting is absurd. How many people actually got to read it? Santa Ana and Long Beach, as we've stated tonight, have both caps and separation buffers between storefronts. But your ad hoc committee seriously wants to eliminate caps and flat out remove separation buffers. Please, please reconsider the caps and the 500-foot storefront separation. And why are you creatively trying to define the playground property line as a 30-foot radius around the playground equipment? Seriously? What kind of game are you guys playing? We have already witnessed the Measure X tax rate drop from 6% all the way down to 1% in a very short period of time. I wonder how long it will take for you to realize that people simply won't pay a tax rate higher than Santa Ana and Long Beach. And then you will drop the Measure Q tax rate just like the Measure X, only now the city will be stuck paying over $1 million in staffing and directing 1% of the tax rate funds towards your arts and first-time homebuyer projects. Shame on this farce of a cannabis ad hoc committee for not being transparent and for chasing revenue at the expense of their constituents.
Okay, the next speaker is phone number ending in 211.
Am I on the clock?
Yes.
Good. Good evening, council members. I originally had extremely succinct comments regarding the staff report. Although since the ad hoc committee recommendations were supplementarily submitted just minutes ago, I am frustrated and disappointed, and I would probably have a difficult time getting my points across succinctly. So I apologize for that in advance. Some of the council members are asking, what's the objective here? It's simple. What did we tell the voters? In Measure Q, 3 objectives were simply promised. To raise $3 million annually to parks and seniors. Number 2, provide a buffer of 1,000 feet from schools' playgrounds. And number 3, establish strict regulations by 2/3 vote of the council. Virtually none of these 10 items recommended by the ad hoc committee are consistent with your previous promises. This is my disappointment. Where is the integrity or honor? Do what you said you would do in Measure Q. It's that simple. My biggest concern is the strict regulations. Of the 3 items that were promised, the strict regulations. Instead of implementing strict regulations for the benefit of us citizens, the Planning Commission and the ad hoc committee has relaxed the staff recommendation of 5 years for a legal operator moratorium to only 180 days. With this reduced moratorium, obviously that won't work. If we don't adopt strict regulations to eliminate the 16 current illegal operators, it will not be possible for this program to be successful. Have we learned nothing from the green zone where the tax rate was reduced to 1% from 7% due to the inability of the reputable operators to compete with the unlicensed operators? Nowhere in the staff report or the ad hoc committee does it address or provide regulations that will close the illegal operators down. Please, please, please have a discussion to determine what can be done to close the illicit operators down. And why haven't they already been shut down? I'm aware of the closure of one of the illegal operators 3 weeks ago. 5 police cars, a building inspector, the evidence van, and the fire department visited the site to close them down. The fire department used a diamond blade to cut into the ATM and the safe. 2 days later, the operators took the red tags down, fired up the generator, and started selling again. A week later, the police closed them down and boarded it up again. They took the boards down and began operating again. Do we want this operator to ever do business in the city again? The illegal operations and the crime associated with it is not safe. They don't provide good jobs. They don't pay permits or taxes, and they're putting the reputable operators on the sideline until this is fixed. Shutting down the illicit operations is the most important discussion you will have tonight. A 4% or 7% tax rate will mean nothing if you can't provide strict regulations to easily eliminate unlawful operations. The illegal operators are not going to
your 3 minutes are up.
Magically leave because you approve a legal cannabis program. Now is the time to implement these strict regulations.
Excuse me.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, next.
The next speaker is Jackie Hernandez.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Stevens and City Council for being here tonight. I appreciate all of your time. I am here tonight to speak for the patients, the demographic of consumers that can barely afford the prices of today's regulated cannabis, let alone its taxes. This is your chance to include them in your ordinance. I ask you to please start at the lowest tax percentage at 4% for the medical cannabis community. I too am a patient that consumes medical cannabis for 2 different autoimmune conditions that affect my nervous system. One is neurofibromatosis type 1, and the other is complex regional pain syndrome. Both create such high levels of intense chronic pain. I have been prescribed opiates from the ages of 17 all the way to 26. After a terrible withdrawal from these poisons, I finally found cannabis. I can proudly say because of cannabis, I have not had to take opiates for any of my symptoms for over 13 years. That being said, it is extremely expensive to choose plant medicine as my medicine, especially buying it in a licensed shop. Please remove the delivery tax and lower the tax for medical patients like me so we can afford to be pain-free enough to be functional members of society. I thank you for your time. Please do not forget about the patients who need this plant. Thank you.
The next speaker is Greg Gamet.
Yes, hello.
Hello, you may speak.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I had an unmuting issue. Thank you so much, Mayor and City Council and all the work the city put in. I'm Greg Gamet. I'm more here within the city. The 500-foot rule is going to probably open the city up to a lot of lawsuits. If you're not doing a lottery system, it's already going to be merit-based, much like we won one in Long Beach. And as the ping pong balls came up, it'll areas around the winning addresses. I also want to address that many cities have it in commercial zones. Actually, most of them do that allow legal retail dispensaries. Everywhere from San Francisco, Oakland, where I'm currently at, we're in a commercial zone. So I would advise against embedding them further into industrial areas. And the third rule, the third thing I want to just remind everybody of is one dispensary can generate tax revenue for the city equal to with a lot less traffic, with a lot less hassle in my eyes. So having a 500-foot rule between two of them, I think would underserve the community and also take a lot of possible revenue for current landlords. That's it. Thank you so much again.
Thank you. The next speaker is CT.
Hi, good evening, council members. I believe if the city wants to drive out the illegal dispensaries, the city should consider removing the 500-foot setback and look at possibly adopting a one retail dispensary per APN, as the city of Eureka did. The city of Eureka allows dispensaries in commercial zones. I'd like to point out in the city of Eureka, there are 3 dispensaries that are catty corner to each other, meaning on separate APNs right next to each other. 524 5th Street, 517 5th Street, and 437 F Street. 5th Street is Highway 101 that has heavier traffic. If you limit the amount of dispensaries, this will only drive up the price of the products. If you want to give the consumer a better, cheaper product and drive out the illicit market, you need to have the cheapest taxes you possibly can and more competition to keep the prices lower. Thanks for your time.
All right, the next speaker is Alexandra Canarella.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Honorable Mayor Stevens, City Council, City Manager, and staff. Thank you so much for taking on this complicated issue. I'm just hoping to clarify the newly more narrow definition of a school or youth center would not include a music studio that works with both youth and adults and is not an accredited school. Just hoping to get some clarification on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Candace Hawes.
Hello, thanks for allowing us to speak today on this issue. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for your work on this cannabis ordinance before us. My name is Candace Hawes, and I'm the Executive Director of NORML, Orange County NORML. That's the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. In my 18 years serving as the head of Orange County NORML, I've actually spoke many times in front of the City Council here. So I really appreciate all the work that you guys have put into this ordinance. This is something that a lot of people have been working for a long time. Orange County NORML fully supports the regulation of the cannabis retail and delivery locations. We commend your efforts to talk about adding social equity provisions, and I'm confident that this measure is going to pass. I am, however, concerned with parts of your ordinance that are very important from a consumer's perspective and will also in turn affect the successfulness of the cannabis businesses in the city. The first one is that I do think that the 7% tax is too high. Your staff report actually left out the city of Stanton. The city of Stanton is in the process right now of opening 4 retail locations. The tax in the city of Stanton is 6% for adult use consumers. The city of Santa Ana has a tax of 5% for medical and 6% for adult use consumers. And the city of Long Beach has a tax of 5% for medical and 6% for adult use consumers. So 7% is not actually competitive with the other markets that are near you. 7% on top of the 15% excise tax, on top of the 7.5 retail sales tax is almost 30% on top of the retail price that people will pay. If you want to be competitive with the black market, and if you want to get rid of the illicit operators there, then 7% is only going to drive the consumers back to those markets. So I don't think it's a wise decision to set the tax rate high and to worry about adjusting it later. As mentioned in the prior comments, this is a waste of city resources. In the staff report, the 7% is also justified by the loss in tax revenue from the manufacturers and distributors.
1 minute warning, please.
If this is true, then you're lessening the taxes on businesses to place the burden on patients. We also are asking for a reduced tax for cannabis patients. Many patients in your city live on $800 to $1,200.
Sorry, it looks like she dropped off. So if she comes back. The next speaker will be Rob Taft.
Hello there, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Good evening, City Council and staff. Good evening, Mayor Stevens, and happy 420 to y'all. I'm a Costa Mesa resident first and foremost since the 90s. I'm a Measure X licensee, and I've been running state licensed legal cannabis retail in Santa Ana since 2015 with 420 Central. I want to thank each and every one of you for working on this with the citizens. I am a citizen here in Costa Mesa, a resident, and the legal cannabis industry to form the best cannabis measure for the city of Costa Mesa. I have 4 comments on this item. Number 1, I have a big fat no for impenetrable barriers. There is no such thing. The state says no cannabis facility shall be located within 600 feet of a school without regard to any intervening structure in health and safety code. This goes for the 405 and Newport Boulevard. Number 2, youth centers should go by state definition, in my opinion. After all the state's research and studies, why would we change it? Why would this city want to take on the liability when the state already has taken that burden? Number 3, playgrounds, private and public, should be protected because we voted on it. Nowhere in the ballot measure did it specify only public playgrounds. This is a hot point and will open the city up to endless litigation. What are we trying to do? Protect only public playgrounds, or are we trying to protect the kids at all playgrounds? As far as this new 30-foot buffer around the playground and not the park connected to it is pretty silly. To think a child only plays there and not at the connected park is ridiculous. And Katrina Foley herself said clearly when asked
1 minute warning, please.
on one of our Zoom meetings that it would include the park. Please review that. As a Costa Mesa resident, me and my wife voted to keep cannabis retail operations 1,000 feet from playgrounds. Nowhere did it only say public playgrounds. I agree with the planning recommendation of 288 available properties in the more conservative map to naturally limit the zone without creating triggers for lawsuits, which worked very well for Measure X. I agree with the planning department's recommendation except for the 500-foot buffer between the stores. Knowing that the planning recommended the more conservative map, this buffer would be way too limiting. There's no separation between bars. As a business owner, I would naturally not choose to be next to a competitor. I do support and believe the more conservative map of 288 available properties is the best way for the city to manage and regulate in our city. Otherwise, you will have
It's 3 minutes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Jason Piazza. Jason, if you'd unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and staff. I am a lifelong resident of Costa Mesa. I grew up here and I am raising my family of 5 here. It should also be noted that I am a commercial real estate professional who for the past 4+ years has worked as a cannabis real estate specialist, which gives me a unique perspective on the Measure Q ordinance. I am really excited the city will finally deliver a path forward for legal cannabis dispensaries in Costa Mesa. And I am highly encouraged by the ad hoc committee's recommended changes. However, I do want to call attention to item number 4 in the ad hoc recommendations regarding the suggested removal of the 405 as an impenetrable barrier. This is an odd change from the staff recommendation and is not in line with existing cannabis regulations in the city currently. As it stands now, the 405 is already an existing impenetrable barrier for Measure X cannabis licenses, which was put into place 3+ years ago. If the council accepts this recommendation, then will it rescind Measure X permits, which have been issued as a result of that impenetrable barrier? I'm not advocating for that. I'm advocating for precedence and consistency. The 405 either is an impenetrable barrier or it isn't. It can't be both. This change really presents, if accepted, a real quandary. If this recommendation is accepted, then if I have a Measure X license, which I personally don't, hypothetically, if I have a Measure X license, that wouldn't then qualify me. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. If this recommendation is accepted, then if I have a Measure X license that wouldn't qualify without the impenetrable barrier, then can I not amend my permit to include a non-storefront retail license as Measure Q stipulates I can do with an MCUP? Think about that.
1 minute warning.
All freeways in Costa Mesa should be an impenetrable barrier. Furthermore, there are 7 cities in California which have impenetrable barrier language in their ordinances, of which 6 are active ordinances: Corona, Cloverdale, El Centro, Lemon Grove, San Diego, Encinitas, and Costa Mesa. I'd also like to point out that it is not illegal to reduce the state's recommended distances between dispensaries and sensitive uses. Please refer to section 5026, paragraphs B, C of the Bureau of Cannabis Control text of regulations, which reads that for those premises which are located within a 600-foot radius of a school, daycare center, or youth center, the Bureau may approve the premises for licensure if the local jurisdiction notifies the Bureau that the applicant is in compliance with all applicable local ordinances and regulations. That means that the state has made recommendations with
I'm sorry, your 3 minutes are completed.
absolute regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to Candace Hawes. I see she's back online now. You may finish speaking.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, so I just wanted to say that, you have a lot of residents in Costa Mesa that are living on very limited incomes and that it's already really hard for them to afford the medicine they need. Other cities like Santa Ana and Long Beach both have reduced tax rates because they understand this medical need. And then the third thing is that I just wanted to mention the delivery tax. This is a very important issue, but it hasn't been addressed tonight in front of the council. At the ad hoc meeting, they mentioned that the city was going to be adding a delivery tax to out of city and in-city delivery transactions. OC Normal strongly opposes such an additional tax. A delivery tax for in-city transactions is pretty much a double tax, and it's not going to incentivize businesses. So again, we thank you for your time, all the work that you've put into this measure. You have a lot of really good bones there. There's just a couple things that we need to fix. And again, thank you again.
Thank you. The next speaker is Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone. Costa Mesa Opportunity Zone, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to make a few comments. Cannabis has always wanted to be treated as any other industry, and I would like the city to consider that the Opportunity Zone is considered your most economically disadvantaged census tract in the city of Costa Mesa. This was a federally designated area in the 19 West overlay, but it also was recognized by the city of Costa Mesa in the comprehensive economic development strategy with the county and the EDA agreement. If we were to focus on the opportunity zone as for any type of industry that's going to create jobs, whether it was an R&D field, whether it was the tech field, we would first be looking at this geographic area as our highest priority if we were to follow the SEDS plan, which the Costa Mesa is already participating in and has already stated that this census tract is your highest priority. So the second thing I'd like to mention is that Costa Mesa already has an example of a concentration of cannabis in one geographic area, and that is in fact Measure X. So I don't understand why there's an issue of concentration. It's already been exampled in the city of Costa Mesa. The other thing I'd like to mention is that if you're going to look at social equity and you're looking at community benefit, though I appreciate the arts, I think that the cannabis industry should consider participating in social benefit programs by subsidizing hotel rooms for people that come in for Hoag Hospital and for City of Hope for long-term cancer treatments. And the cost of being here for long-term stays could be subsidized as a social benefit when they're staying in our own hotels in Costa Mesa, single room occupancy or what have you.
Warning.
And we're in a mixed use overlay. It does allow for wellness centers. The other benefit of opportunity zones is that they do not consider cannabis a sin industry, and cannabis also has a difficult time with finding financing and banking. If you're going to open up social equity into the application process, please consider the opportunity zone having additional points added to their merit in their application process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Michael Musali.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Stevens, City Council, and staff for all your work on Measure Q. As an operator of Measure X, I've appreciated the opportunity to work with many of you throughout this process. There's two issues I'd like to address. The first is the definition of youth centers. In order to best protect the youth community, the ballot measure was passed with a 1,000-foot barrier from sensitive uses. It's important to note that state only requires a 600-foot barrier for sensitive uses, and the inclusion of an additional 400 feet has put a major hindrance on viable properties that are zoned for retail use. To compound this problem, the addition of youth centers as a distance barrier has presented a major problem for operators who are trying to locate zoned eligible properties. The state actually gives the city the option to determine the distance requirement and definition for youth centers because they understand each city's layout and geographical situations are different. The ordinance proposes to keep the distance requirement at 600 feet from youth centers, which is consistent with the state. However, I'm concerned with the current definition of a youth center as it classifies businesses like martial arts and fitness studios as youth centers, which has resulted in the elimination of a significant number of properties from retail eligibility. For the city to collect retail taxes, there needs to be a reasonable amount of them located in strategic spots throughout the city, and the costs of operations need to make sense for business owners. We are seeing an extremely alarming increase in the cost of zoned properties because there isn't much supply, and few operators who may actually secure these properties will have a harder time balancing the books because they will have excessively inflated real estate expenses. There's a good chance that these businesses will either never get to open or will fail financially once they are open, which means the city may not see those tax dollars. One thing to consider is that operators arguing in favor of the state definition of youth centers and keeping the 500-foot barrier most likely are the ones with the few properties already out there. I'm asking the council to support the ad hoc's recommendation to modify the definition of youth center, which will still protect our youth, but also give operators a better chance to succeed. The second issue is the 500-foot separation barrier between storefronts. This barrier is an additional challenge to navigate in a situation where zone properties are already extremely limited. There's no state requirement for separation between retailers. And if we look historically at other cities without separation barriers, marketplace conditions always end up determining the appropriate
1 minute warning
over time, as Lorianne had mentioned earlier. The current lack of zone properties combined with competitive market conditions will prevent over concentration of retail shops from happening in Costa Mesa. And so I'm asking the council to support the ad hoc's recommendation to remove the separation barrier. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Rachel Zinn.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Stevenson and the City Council staff and ad hoc committee for the opportunity of having public comments. I'm an operator in cannabis industry that my team has operated 3 cultivation farms in Humboldt County, and I'm setting up a manufacturing facility at Long Beach. Costa Mesa is my next plan for entering retail segment to extend my vertical integrated business. Besides being an operator in the cannabis industry, I'm a businesswoman who run my own real estate development company for years. And I have a dedicated team that helps to find the suitable property for Measure Q. To be honest, it has been so hard for us to find a piece of property that can meet the zoning codes and the requirements with the limited number of property on the current map. More than 90% of locations have already occupied with years of lease. There are just so many constraints which could cut 280 properties to less than 10 eligible locations that is ready to operate. With the limited numbers of a location, the bidding war on pumping up the price of buying a property does no longer make economic sense for an operator. So we wanted to make sure we run a financially sustainable business that is able to pay the 7% gross tax to the city, and the employees are fairly paid for living. I understand cannabis zone property has some premium on price. However, when you see a zone, the cannabis retail front has 2 backup offers with extremely high price that is over a reasonable premium, you will realize your business is not able to afford that high cost on real estate. And what happened next, other operators will be felt due to the same situation in the long run, even if they have successfully get a license and operate. So I suggest to let the competition focus on the know-how of operating a sustainable business. Neither the city nor the operators will benefit from the real estate bidding war. So I'm hoping the city and the council members will take our comments into considerations, and I appreciate everyone's time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Amy Gammon.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Hello, Mayor Stevens, City Council and staff. My name is Amy Gammon, and I am a Costa Mesa resident. There are 2 items I wanted to address tonight. The first one is the child daycare definition. There are 2 state definitions for daycare centers. The one the city decided to use basically says child daycare facility includes daycare centers, employer-sponsored childcare centers, and family daycare homes. Those last 2 items make it very hard to identify these businesses, especially daycares operating in homes. Additionally, this definition is very restrictive and it's very ambiguous. For example, even the state social services site, it does not provide the addresses for these types of businesses. The other state definition of daycare, most often used in other jurisdictions, it says daycare center means a child daycare facility other than a family daycare home and includes infant centers, preschools, extended daycare facilities, and school-age childcare centers, and includes childcare centers that are licensed. I just think this is a more robust and identifiable definition. I strongly encourage the city to not include family home daycares in the current definition. The other item I want to talk about is the 405 as an impenetrable barrier. Respectfully, I was surprised that is being suggested to reverse course and have it removed from the ordinance. From my understanding, a clear argument was made by the city why the 405 could be considered an impenetrable barrier, and unfortunately other freeways such as the 55 would not be.
1 minute warning.
Thank you. Multiple other jurisdictions such as Corona, San Diego, Lemon Grove, they have similar impassable barriers, And they do name certain freeways as a barrier and others as not. The 405 is a completely different freeway than the 55 and the 73. So I would say please stay the course and keep the 405 as a barrier. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mary Pham. Mary Pham, you may speak.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dr. Mary Pham, and I'm a longtime resident and small business owner of Lollipop Pediatric Dentistry in Costa Mesa on the corner of Harbor and Adams. We provide dental care to infants and children to the families in our community. I have previously expressed my concerns with cannabis allowed in retail centers, specifically in close proximity to the youth centers, playgrounds, and my small business that caters 100% specifically to children. So California state law does say that no marijuana shop should be located within 600 feet from any K through 12 school, whether it's public or private. This state law was intended to protect our children. The distance buffer and measurement standard were based on research and extensive studies to best protect our children. Yet the City Council of Costa Mesa is considering going against California state law and allowing marijuana shops within 600 feet of a school if there is an intervening structure present. Doing so will directly affect the children of Tewinkle Middle School because Hooters Bar and Grill, located at 1507 South Coast Drive, is considering becoming a marijuana megastore. And this would be less than 500 feet from Tewinkle Middle School. State law again states that marijuana shops should not be located within 600 feet of a youth center. Again, City Council is considering going around state law and doing away with this requirement altogether. If this is allowed, a marijuana shop could open directly next door to a children's tutoring center. Please do not rewrite the definition of a youth center to allow this to happen to our children. Just because children are in a place where they're doing something that isn't part of the school doesn't make them any less vulnerable. Remember that there is a reason why this was written, to protect our children. Also, as Costa Mesa families are growing, buffers between cannabis businesses and sensitive uses, such as daycares and youth centers, will actually limit the number of playgrounds and daycares in our wonderful, amazing city. We really need to consider encouraging spaces for children and families, not prohibiting them. Also,
1 minute warning.
Costa Mesa children will frequent both public and private playgrounds. And if Costa Mesa distinguishes public from private, we're telling the families who frequent certain playgrounds that their lives are less important. I ask that Costa Mesa follow state law and protect our children. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jim Fitzpatrick. Jim Fitzpatrick, you may speak.
Thank you, Costa Mesa resident. I support the ad hoc recommendations and hope they can bring their colleagues along. Looking at the recommendations from the ad hoc, I recommend that the youth center's definition be prescriptive, specifically what it's not, to include what it's not: martial arts, yoga, dance, music, art, and tutoring, and what it is. I think we should learn from the history here that when we are not specific, it creates a lot of confusion, a lot of staff time associated with that. Measure Q does specify a playground. It's unambiguous, just like the tax that we put to the voters. A park was available to City Council, and the City Council discussed this, and their clear intent was established by using playground, not park. And then the subsequent voter intent was established as a playground. Just a point of clarification, I'm not sure if you will address the preschools that are not daycare tonight. And a reminder that the survey that we did to craft Measure Q, the residents did support a tax at 5%. They were very clear that the highest support was at 5%. And the Chamber of Commerce letter of support is for launching at a low tax. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Stephanie Y.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, distinguished council members, and city staff. My name is Stephanie Uy, and I serve as the Director of Government Affairs and Licensing for Amuse, the cannabis delivery service. Thank you for your leadership on creating this cannabis ordinance and application process. Amuse applauds your commitment to ensure safe access for cannabis for Costa Mesa residents. Amuse asked the council to consider a cannabis tax rate of 4%. High tax rates ensure that the illicit market continues to thrive. Moreover, there are many Costa Mesa residents and medical patients who will not be able to afford this high tax rate. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay. Next speaker is Tracy Murchison.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mike Murchison, and while I live in Long Beach, I love driving to Costa Mesa all the time. I know Lori Ann very well from the days way back. I just want to let you know that there are some commercial enterprises in Long Beach. There's one in Belmont Shore. There's one going to be on 433 Pine Avenue. So from a commercial corridor standpoint, Long Beach has a history of retail cannabis operations. Lori Ann's been gone for a little bit, so maybe she's forgotten about it, but I'll remind her that Belmont Shore and downtown on Pine Avenue just put those in. So just want to make you elected officials aware of that. Secondly, one of the things that Long Beach learned over the time is that the tax starting off at a lower level and working its way up was the best way to move forward. That was something that the council members had to learn and understand, was that if you give the operators time to build up, they will build up the tax base. So that was something that was very important for the operators and for the city council to learn. The third thing is the 500-foot barrier. I think you folks need to consider that and kind of relook at that and make sure that you're comfortable with a 500-foot barrier all the way around, because that's going to cause some issues for some of the operators. I really appreciate where you're going with this direction. I think it's the right direction you're going in, and thank you for giving me the time this evening. Have a good evening.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Matthew Nathaniel.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Nathaniel, and I'm representing the Shrine Group this evening. I would just like to point out that most of what I'm going to touch on here very quickly. I'll keep it brief because most of it's already been said, but the state does give cities discretion when drafting ordinances to fit their community. And I think that's important so that you can craft the best ordinance for the community of Costa Mesa. I think it's important to also remember that there's already a constriction, despite what the map shows, 200 or 300, sites on a map. There's not that many really available. And so I think when the broad definition of a youth center and it comes into play, I encourage the city to exclude extraneous businesses from that definition that aren't specifically included by the state, such as martial arts, yoga and music studios, dental offices, private gyms, pizza parlors, and such. Additionally, the 405, as stated, there's already been a precedent set on this with the Measure X, and I encourage the city to adhere to the standard already established with regard to the 405 as an impenetrable barrier. And then lastly, again, already mentioned, the daycare definition is conflicting, and I encourage the city to exclude the home daycares to provide more clarity on this definition. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Hernandez, I'm going to allow you to speak, but you spoke before. I'm just checking to see if this might be somebody else on the line. You're only allowed to speak once. Jackie?
My apologies. The hand should not have been raised. I
All
spoke.
right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Mayor, that's all the public comments.
Well, that's great. Okay, so thank you for all the public comments. What wonderful participation we had on this item. So then I'm going to close public comment. And now, now we do a motion. And we've given this so much thought. I'm going to craft a motion, start off by just reading the ad hoc committee recommendations. I'll go slowly. No distance buffers shall be required between Measure X businesses. Number 2, youth centers shall be defined as any public or private facility that is primarily used to host recreation or social activities for minors, specifically private youth membership organizations or clubs, social services, teenage club facilities, video arcades where 10 or more games or game machines or devices are operated, or similar amusement park facilities. And there's a reference there to potential language. And what I'd like to add there is that it does not include dance studios, tutoring, martial arts studios, or similar type studios. The buffer distance for youth center shall be 600 feet. With respect to number 3, with respect to social equity, adopt the staff's recommendation to eliminate felony convictions that have been downgraded to misdemeanors or criminalized under Proposition 64 or future federal law. Further, to direct the city manager to develop a robust social equity program with reference to the Minority Cannabis Business Association's publications, and direct staff to pursue all available grant funding to implement the social equity program. Number 4, to not include any exception to the distance measurement methodology due to impenetrable barriers such as the 405 freeway or any other impenetrable barriers. Number 5, to define premises as that term is defined in Business and Professions Code, Section 26001, subsection AP, and that shall define the property line for purposes of measuring the required distance from retail storefronts to sensitive uses as defined in the ordinance. Number 6, for the sensitive use of playgrounds, a 30-foot radius as measured from the physical boundaries of the playground equipment area shall be treated as the property line of the playground for purposes of measuring the required distance from retail storefronts. Number 7, playgrounds shall be defined as public playgrounds located in city parks. Number 8, the tax rate shall be set at 7%, with 0.5% directed toward the implementation of the Culture and Arts Master Plan, and 0.5% directed toward the implementation of a first-time homebuyer program for Costa Mesa residents and/or students who graduated from the Newport Mesa Unified School District. So that would mean, just to clarify, if you lived in Costa Mesa and you went to a school outside of the NMUSD, you would still be qualified because you would be a resident. In other words, 1/7 of all revenue generated from the Measure Q businesses would go to these 2 expenses. Number 9, all cannabis business permits will require a CUP, except home delivery permits for existing Measure X permittees, which will require a minor conditional use permit. And finally, number 10, if an illicit cannabis dispensary has existed on a property, no Measure Q business shall be permitted on that property until 120 days have elapsed since the illicit dispensary has vacated the property and the owner of the property has compensated the city for all expenses incurred regarding enforcement related to the illicit cannabis business on that property. Provided, however, if the owner of the property is required to evict an illicit dispensary, the 180-day period shall run from the filing of an unlawful detainer complaint, and a permit may be issued after that 180-day period has run if the illicit dispensary is no longer occupying the premises. That's my motion.
Mayor Stevens, I second the motion. I have one point of clarification. Did you mean 180 days, 120 days?
180 days. 180 days.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to speak to the motion briefly. Thank you, of course, as I said to all the people in the public. Thank you for the great questions. So I think what the ad hoc committee was trying to do is to create an equitable way to implement Measure Q. I've already talked about the reasons why we have Measure Q. Because we have a commercial limitation, we're only in the commercial zones. We have, by its very definition, a restricted amount of businesses that are going to be allowed to get permits and to operate. If we put more restrictions on that by way of a cap, by way of separation barriers, you're going to restrict to the point where we may not even be able to implement the voters' intent to have these businesses. There could not be enough businesses to serve the community as the voters intended. Moreover, as you reduce the amount of businesses to such an extent with these restrictions, and then you're going to create additional expense for the businesses, make it more difficult for them to compete, and drive up the cost. There's going to be gouging of businesses by landlords and things of that nature. We have, as an ad hoc committee, spent hours and hours and hours considering these points, speaking to the industry, people who've practiced in the industry, and come up with these recommendations. Are they perfect? I'm not going to say they're perfect. Could they be improved upon? Maybe. We'll see. But this is the best that we could do after a lot of hard work. We've gone through, the staff has vetted this and has presented it in the form of this memo. I think it's a good approach. As I said, perfect, probably not. Could be improved upon, probably. But this is, I think, an excellent way to go forward so that we could let the zoning and the market determine who the winners and the losers are in the industry. And we can create something that the community is very proud of. High-end, well-capitalized businesses selling a legal product in a safe manner in our community. So that's what we're trying to achieve here. And I believe that these recommendations and this motion reflects the best way to achieve the objectives. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you everyone who came today and spoke today and listened to us deliberate this really important issue. I think there's two things that keep coming to my mind. How are we going to ensure the safety of our community? How are we going to ensure that we're doing our best to get rid of people in the illicit market and do our best to ensure we have safe cannabis products in Costa Mesa? The demand is already here. We see it in two ways. The voters approved this with a 65% vote on the ballot, and we have illegal shops that clearly are still operating because they're in business. And I think as we move forward and as the country moves forward with cannabis and it becomes more and more normalized, as we see with other states passing cannabis laws, are we going to be in the forefront of something, or are we going to be on the behind of it? And for me, I think it's important for our city to be in the forefront for a couple of reasons. One, we get to shape the industry. We have two wealthy city neighbors in Huntington Beach and Newport Beach that probably won't touch this issue for a while. Our city should go to commercial uses in a way enables people to visit our city and enables us to capitalize on them being in Costa Mesa at these strip malls, at these commercial areas, and hopefully spend more money in Costa Mesa. Ultimately, it gives us more revenue to spend on services for Costa Mesa residents. So for those reasons, I stand by this motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Moore.
Would the maker of the motion consider modifying the length of time after an illicit dispensary is notified to 365 days?
They vacated for 365 days?
So your memo specifically referred to the time they were served a notice and provided 180 days after the time they were served that notice.
Yes, I'm fine with that if that gets you to vote for the motion.
And then would the maker of the motion...
Oh, wait a minute. What about the second?
A strong yes.
Would the maker of the motion also consider modifying the definition of playground to include both public and private?
Before I do that, let me ask staff. I mean, one of the concerns we had with playground, the definition of playground in public and private, is that it would be difficult to define, what is a private playground. So does staff have concerns about that? That was one of the main drivers for that particular recommendation.
Mayor Stevens, we do have a concern as just to the practical implementation of how to generate a map when we don't actually have any way to track private play equipment or private playgrounds. Certainly at the discretion of the council, that could be a change. Ultimately, we would have to figure out how to implement that. So that's my feedback for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Can I ask a question? Isn't that the sort of thing that's going to come out through the CUP process also, though? I mean, that's, as we're talking about individual sites, it's going to be, I mean, I feel like that about both the youth center definition and this question of playgrounds as well. If the intent is clearly not met, planning commission is going to see that. Or do we feel like that's too ad hoc of a process?
It's a bit ad hoc, but I think that things like that can be addressed in the conditional use permit process. Other cities, for example, have relied, for example, on an initial submittal by an applicant that shows all of the sensitive use locations within the sensitive use buffer. Certainly on a case-by-case basis, it would be an effort by staff to verify that information submitted by the applicant. Ultimately, we could do that. It would just be it would be a staff intensive approach, and it certainly couldn't be done ahead of time. For example, in kind of a proactive mapping exercise, which we've tried to do by attaching the map to the staff report, but certainly couldn't be done as part of the conditional use permit review.
Okay, yeah, I've got a comment on that after I guess I'll let some other folks talk, and then I do want to come back to that. I think that's all I have for right now, Mayor Stevens.
Okay, thanks. Let's hear from Councilmember Harlan.
Well, actually, I wanted to hear from Mayor Pro Tem Mar on the rest of her thoughts before I fully weighed in. So I'm going to punt it back to you.
Well, wait a minute. You can't do that. She yielded. You got the floor.
Aren't we paying it forward? Councilmember Reynolds put me on the spot before. Don't I get some point of privilege to do the same this evening?
No, I'm teasing you. So seriously, Councilmember Mar, did you want to?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I have an appreciation for the fact that like we're trying to make this as accommodating for the industry as possible. But I also think I'm coming up against the fact that just because we passed Measure Q, all of the bidding wars and all of the craziness that's gone on right now is fundamentally at risk, right? Like we haven't promised licenses to anybody. We didn't say, here's the map, as long as you have real estate right here, you're good to go. It's no different than, speculating on minerals or something, right? Like there was no guarantee to anybody early on. And I think it's appropriate to walk this line between being accommodating and encouraging the industry to be successful, and also recognizing that like we might not have a perfect map. Like that's just the way it's going to be, especially if we're talking about private property and daycares and things that are not possible to locate on a GIS map necessarily in advance. And so I feel like this comes with a disclaimer, and that is why there is a CUP process such that some of those unknowns can be fleshed out on a case-by-case basis. That's my take. Thank you.
Good point. Okay, so Commissioner Harlan, are you ready to participate, or did you want to yield to somebody else?
Well, I'm gonna participate as council member, Harlan, but I appreciate.
Oh, sorry. Did I say commissioner? I'm so used to calling you commissioner. Sorry.
I know. You also said Measure X in your initial recitation of the ad hoc committee recommendation. So.
Well, okay.
We know what you meant.
Strike that from the record.
Okay. Well, in all seriousness, I'm actually glad that I forced Mayor Pro Tem Mar to make those comments, because I share that concern. But I think it's allayed by the fact that we are building in some safeguards here. So namely, we have the CUP process. Obviously, anything's going to go through some discretionary approval. So we do have the ability for the community to weigh in, the planning commission to deliberate, and also the applicant to make their best case. So I think that's an important protection for the community broadly. We will also establish buffers. We've got the ability to institute a license cap, and we're also establishing operating requirements. And having served on the planning commission when we approved a number, or considered and approved a number of the Measure X applications, I had a certain amount of, I'd say, natural apprehension at the beginning of this 4 years ago, because it's a budding industry and we didn't know exactly where it was going. But after reviewing all these applications, I think the city has developed a certain level of experience and sophistication to deal with this. And I recognize that the retail and delivery industry is going to be a bit different, but I do want to say I really appreciate all of the efforts that the ad hoc committee has put into this. This is a mammoth undertaking. Mayor Stevens, Councilmember Chavez, Councilmember Camaros, I know put in countless hours, asked all the right questions, did not make this easy. I mean, I think that the voters approved Measure Q with the expectation that the council would figure out how to balance all of the competing concerns here. And so I think what we have before us, and why I'm willing to support this, is really a reasonable, balanced, and practical approach. And I think it leaves us some room to develop and tweak it as necessary over the future. But I think this is a really good start. So I will be supporting this motion.
And by the way, did you mean to say it's a budding industry? Was that a pun?
I did mean to say that.
Okay, good work. Okay, Councilmember Harper.
Thank you for the humor, Mayor Stevens. Gosh, I'm really torn on this whole thing, and I to be honest, and I've told every cannabis distributor that's called me the same thing, that if I had my druthers, I probably wouldn't have Costa Mesa have cannabis. And if I did, I'd put it in the industrial zones and enter it in the safest possible way. Having said that, and trying to meet that objective of, revenue for the city, which is, I don't think that's a reason why we should do cannabis, but we are. The 500-foot barrier to me, and I never heard a really sound reason why we have the 500-foot barrier. And I think the 500-foot barrier rewards those those businesses that get the right location and gives them an advantage. And if they're a great operator, then it's done and it's settled. If they're not a great operator, then they're allowed to compete. Maybe they have a smaller business, maybe they have a large business, but they may have other limitations where I always prefer to let competition settle out in itself. And I've got 30 years in distribution, starting businesses and turning businesses around in the commodities business, and this is a commodity. And things will consolidate. I think our city manager mentioned how things settled out, and they will settle out. It's just going to be ugly for a while, I think. But I do think that arbitrary rule of the 500 feet that restricts two businesses being by each other, cannabis businesses, is something that you really don't want to do. I do want to stop and thank everybody that spoke and everybody that sent an email. It's a lot of information to absorb in a short period of time, and a lot of good points. I just want to recognize some of those things. I do think, playgrounds, private or public, should be recognized. And I don't really like the 30-foot barrier. I think it should be the park, because a child can go from the playground to the park and just walks next door. It's not like there's a barrier there. So I disagree with that. And Mayor Stevens and Manuel Chavez and Lauren, I appreciate all the work you've done. These are the reasons why I'm gonna vote no. I think not on the ballot the ballot really, I think, and the information about Measure Q indicated 1,000-foot distance. I don't think we had on the ballot social equity provision, and so therefore I wouldn't support this motion. We didn't identify where the taxes were going, and we didn't identify an arts program, so I wouldn't identify that now. You might approve it later, or just approve the funding for that. That should be a separate issue. It shouldn't be intertwined with this one. And I mentioned the 30-foot radius. The other thing I'll say this the right way. I know city staff has a lot to do, and you did a lot, but I would have loved to have seen us look where, and I got some text, and I got Mayor Pro Tem Mar mentioned that there are cities that do have cannabis in commercial zones. And I would like to have known more about what they've learned, or what they haven't learned, or what their ordinances look like. And I just thought it was a valid thing to look at. The last thing I'm going to mention is the tax on cannabis, including the excise tax and sales tax, and our 7% is 30%. So an illegal dispensary, someone selling illegally, it's a 30 cent per, it's a $3 per, I guess, 100, $30 per 100 advantage. And so that's going to be hard. It's hard to eliminate those businesses. I don't think you eliminate them by just bringing in good businesses. I think it's just going to be up to the city and our city staff, which I think is going to be a burden to eliminate those. And the last thing I want to say, I did mention there were a couple people from Humboldt County and Eureka that spoke, and that's where I grew up. And so I've seen a lot of cannabis, and I may have smoked cannabis, so I understand cannabis a little bit. And so anyway, I do appreciate everybody's input, and I truly appreciate the council's time and energy in this. And I'm going to vote no more that I think there's some things I would have altered that I don't think I'm going to convince you all to do, but appreciate your time.
Councilmember Gameros or Reynolds, do you have anything to say? Okay, let's call for the question.
Yeah, I do have my.
I'm sorry, I still can't see if you're. I don't know what's going on with your hand. Do like this or something, the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I thank you, and a thank you to staff and the members of the ad hoc committee and everyone who spoke today. I always learn so much from the outreach. And I do have to say I'm struggling with this motion and certainly leaning no. There's a number of things that make me uncomfortable with the motion as is, but I do have one clarification first. Does the map we have in attachment 5, does this reflect the motion as is if I'm looking at the red and light red squares? And I think it doesn't, because the motion has a definition of playgrounds that's different than what's reflected here. Is that correct?
That is correct. The map that you see, that it's attachment 5, is reflective of the Planning Commission's recommendation, which is to defer to the state's definition of youth centers.
Okay, thank you. So it's hard, it's probably not a big change, but it's hard to sort of get the picture of what some of these changes actually reflect on the map. I am concerned, I think, with the removal of the 500-foot buffer. I wasn't necessarily committed to that, but I am concerned about potential over-concentration in particular areas. And of course, I'm looking at sort of key corridors straddling different neighborhoods in districts 4 and 5. It's funny, I look at the map as is and I think, well, yeah, if I live in District 1, like, no problem, right? If I live in District 3, no problem. If I live in District 6, like, you know, most of the eligible spots are along sort of more sort of less walking corridors. So I am concerned about over concentration in some of the areas that are sort of pedestrian priority zones, and frankly, I think suffer from historical inequities in park space. There are a couple neighborhoods in Costa Mesa that sort of lack park space altogether, and so those neighborhoods don't get these buffers that effectively protect other neighborhoods, and I think that's unfair. And you know, maybe some people are more or less comfortable with cannabis retail, you know, right outside their neighborhood, but it's a sort of inequity that I don't think we've addressed here, and that makes me uncomfortable. I'm also trying to think of these different hypothetical scenarios, some that were shared during comment here. I mean, one of them that jumped out to me right away was, you know, the possibility that, likely or not, I don't know, but that the possibility that Smart and Final, for example, right across from our senior center where we host drive-in movies, that could be a large megastore. That makes me a little bit uncomfortable. I'm not sure that that's a good spot for that kind of business. I'm also uncomfortable with the potential scenario that a delivery shop is on one of these corridors in our pedestrian priority zone. And we've talked about in some of our discussions on housing, you know, how you create walkable, vibrant communities, and part of that strategy is a relationship between people walking down the street and storefronts. And so having spaces that are taken by, you know, delivery shops that are not public facing, and I think are supposed to be very specifically sort of nondescript and non-welcoming. I don't know if that's what we should be putting on our corridors, especially in pedestrian priority zones. And I don't think we have any protections against that. The narrowing the definition of playgrounds to equipment and not parks, I think that's a pretty big deviation from what I think the public probably understood when they read that part of Measure Q. Get the letter right. I'm also just concerned. We heard this in the comments too about lack of outreach to the residential community, and I hadn't even thought of it before tonight, but the other non-cannabis business community. I don't think, you know, we did a lot of publicity when we put Measure Q on the ballot to support Measure Q passing, and I don't think we did anywhere near that level of outreach for shaping this ordinance, and it's such an impactful and important issue to residents in our community that I think we really should have done that, and I wish we would take the time to do that. I think it's a disservice. Residents may not be happy with some of the decisions we make, but I think it's I don't think we should be surprising them with decisions. And I think we should do a better job and take the time to do a better outreach and get some of these considerations. Those are my primary concerns. And I'm not really sure how to correct them other than maybe requesting we take a little bit more time and do more substantial outreach to sort of match the level of what we did to try to get Measure Q passed. Yeah, and exploring some ways to sort of protect against some of the overconcentration. This is just, maybe I'm feeling the apprehension that Councilmember Harlan mentioned he has gone through, but this feels like too impactful an issue with some potential downsides that I don't feel like have been fully teased out. When I asked the question about, the sort of inequities for communities that don't have parks and don't get these buffers because of it, it sounded like no one had asked that before and no one had considered that before. And I know that there's probably a couple other things that we haven't asked or considered before. So I'm uncomfortable with the lack of outreach on this. I think we did a great job with the ad hoc committee, and I'm glad we did that. I'm glad we're working closely with business and getting the industry perspective on this. But I think we've fallen short on outreach to the public. I think we don't fully understand potential impacts on other businesses. And I don't think that we're protecting against overconcentration in a way that could be detrimental to some areas and unfair to some areas.
Okay.
You have ideas on how to address that, but I'm concerned about our approach here.
Thank you. Councilmember Gameros, did you have anything to add?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Then let's call for the question.
Honorable Mayor,
Yes.
before we do that, we have one minor cleanup item we'd like to insert in the measure or in the ordinance.
Excuse me, can I make one comment before you go there? It has to do with Councilmember Reynolds' comment.
Well, yeah, sure. Let's hear from the city attorney, and then Councilmember Harlan, did you want to say anything further? Okay, let's hear from the city attorney, and then we'll go to Councilmember Harper, and then Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you. In the Title IX ordinance, in 9-485 definitions, in the first paragraph, delete the word "and emergency shelter." In the previous word, playground, insert the word "and." Then alphabetically, next in line, it would be insert the word homeless shelter, and then shall have the same meaning as emergency shelter, period.
That's fine with me. Councilmember Chavez?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Now again, in order, let's hear from Councilmember Harlan and then, Harper and then Harlan. It's kind of hard, Harper and Harlan. Go Harper.
Sometimes I vote for him, so excuse me for that. Councilmember Reynolds, I appreciate your comments about, and maybe it's because we have not been on the ad hoc committee, and certainly I'm new here, but I appreciate your comments about the apprehension and the community outreach. And one of the comments I did get from one of the planning commission members was, sorry about my cat, he would have loved to have seen a citizens advisory group in this issue to get better clarity on what the voters voted for. And I know the voters voted, and I just don't know if they voted for the revenue, if they voted for what it said on the green card here, the emergency operations, fire and police, road and infrastructure, or parks, recreation, and open spaces. So I just want to comment on that and kind of concur with her comments. And that's all.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments. And thanks for the cat. That's funny. So Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I did want to respond to Councilmember Reynolds' concerns, and in particular about over concentration. And I don't know if this is going to be persuasive at all. But from my vantage point, we're not legislating exactly what goes where. The kind of general architecture of zoning is that you set up the parameters, or in this case, you set the table, and you allow for development to occur within certain kind of parameters, and those parameters are also in some ways guarded by our codes and our, in this case, planning commission or city council. And so when I think in terms of over concentration, in some cases you can make an argument that the fact that we have so many fast food restaurants side by side on Harbor Boulevard is an over concentration. And that may not necessarily be desirable, but our codes allow for that. Over concentration may also mean having more people in one place at a time, and in some cases that might be good. That would show a vibrant streetscape. Or if there's an over concentration of cars, meaning there's more traffic, that may not necessarily be a bad thing. There's certain places where we may want to have more traffic, and not everything is about moving vehicles as quickly as possible. And I know you can appreciate that. And with regard to, the over concentration of alcohol establishments, this has come up several times on Planning Commission. And I can say with some authority that we have a lot of census tracts where there's an over concentration of alcohol licenses. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad environment. It just means that's the plain fact of that particular situation. So I feel like the idea of over concentration is hard to define, and we're sort of speculating as to what the quality would be like if there were 2, 3, or 4 cannabis businesses located near each other. I don't know that that would be a good thing or a bad thing, but I just wanted to kind of share my perspective on that, because it's not an easy thing to contend with. But we're trying to do the best that we can to, like I said, set the table for a business to develop here.
Thank you, Councilmember Harlan. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Thank you. Mr. Presidente, do we have the ability after this is passed to go back and set any kind of a soft cap, or would that require a change to the ordinance? I.e., should we at this point be adding language granting council the authority to impose the soft cap by resolution later?
You already have that. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, you already have that authority built into the ordinance to allow council to do it by resolution.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that, Mr. Preziosi? Do we have the ability to establish caps by some sort of regional boundaries, whether it's census tracts or based on another definition?
It's not expressly. Right. Councilmember Reynolds. Sorry, Councilmember Reynolds. It's not expressly prohibited from the ordinance for council to adopt a resolution to that effect. So
Okay.
the answer would be yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I think we're good. Let's call for the question, shall we?
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Camaros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
No.
Councilmember Reynolds,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2 with council members Harper and Reynolds voting no.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, council. This is a very good discussion on a very important issue. And thank you to all the public who participated.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, can I ask a clarifying question? Was the language including private playgrounds adopted in that ordinance or in that motion?
We didn't conclude that. I didn't agree to it, and we didn't talk to the second Manny about that because of the issue of the staff's issue of having a difficulty defining what a private playground was. That was my basis.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I think we should just press forward on the last item, don't you? Or do you want to take a break? Press forward.
Mayor Stevens,
Yes, ma'am.
would you indulge me in just, I just wanted to thank the staff for bringing this forward. It's been a Herculean task. And Jennifer, Nancy, Tarquin, Kim, but primarily Tarquin, Nancy, and Jennifer have just really worked tirelessly to bring this forward, especially on this day. That was deliberate to bring it on 420. And so just wanted to thank them for all the research that they did, the meetings with the stakeholders, with the multiple ad hocs that comprise different people at different times, the 3 planning commission public hearings, and all of the internal vetting and due diligence that was done. So just thank you to the team and anybody that I missed. I know, Jennifer, you've got a bigger team than what's here tonight, but just thank you to the staff for really bringing this together. Our police folks as well, who looked at what other cities are doing and are getting ready for implementation. So just thanks to everybody for the great work tonight.
Yeah, I'm glad that you said that, and I wish I had said it. So thank you. It's good to recognize all those folks. They worked very hard, and it was nice. It's 10:30, so we did vote on, started and ended on 420. So thank you very much. Let's move on to our last item, new business item number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is appointments to the Planning Commission, Parks, Arts, and Community Services Commission, and various city committees. For your consideration, our appointment to the Parks, Art, and Community Services Commission. It's one appointment to fill the vacancy in District 3. The second is a Planning Commission appointment to fill the mayor's at-large vacancy. The next one is on the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, one appointment to fill one term expiring in April 2023. One appointment for the Historical Preservation Committee, term expiration of April 2022, and one appointment to the Traffic Impact Fee Ad Hoc Committee. This would fill the Small Developers Representative vacancy. After public comment, I recommend a motion and vote on each item separately, and this concludes my report.
Thank you very much. So let's open up public comment on new business item number 1. Does anybody wish to speak at public comment, Madam Clerk?
If you'd like to speak, please raise your hand now.
You know, you do that with the, you could do the hand raise or *9.
Correct. There are no public speakers.
Okay, then I'll close public comment, and then let's go through them one at a time. And so the first is Parks, Arts, and Community Service Commission in District 3, and that's Mayor Pro Tem Mars Real Estate. So do you have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to appoint Danielle Mills to the PACS Commission.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mar and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Does anybody have any comments on the motion or the second? Okay, I don't see any hands raised. So let's call for the question on that one.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, next we have the replacement for me, oddly enough, on the Planning Commission. And that's an at-large appointment. So that would be my turn to do a motion. And I move to appoint Adam Erith from District 1.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by me, Mayor Stevens, and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Does anyone want to speak to this item? Okay, I don't see any hands. let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, the next one up is the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee, otherwise known as FIPAC. And so I'm one of the liaisons to that one. And so it's my motion would be Lisa Buchanan.
I'll second.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments on that?
Yeah, Mayor Stevens, I'm a little disappointed. I really thought we had a good person in Bob Juneman. I know we eliminated when Mayor Foley did the selections, we eliminated a CPA, Bob Juneman, and a couple good business people. So I want to point out I'm gonna say no just as a vote for Bob Juneman, and I'll lose, I know, and I do like Lisa Buchanan's background. I'll say that, John. So
okay,
that's all.
Fair enough. That's your prerogative.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any comments on the motion in the second? Okay, I don't see anybody. So let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
No.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1. Councilmember Harper voting no.
Okay, now so we go to the Historical Preservation Committee, and it looks like Councilmember Chavez is up for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to nominate Gary Parkin.
I'll second. So motion by Councilmember Chavez, second by Mayor Stevens. Does anybody have any comments on this one? I don't see any hands raised. So let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
No.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Gameros voting no.
All right, and then it looks like finally we have the Traffic Impact Fee Ad Hoc Committee, and Councilmember Harper, it's your motion.
Well, I think it's well, I'll take it. I think it's Councilmember Reynolds. I get to do this. I'm going to nominate Steve Ross, District 5.
Second.
Okay,
Second.
and does anybody have, that's a motion by Councilmember Harper, seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Are there any comments on this motion? I don't see any. So let's call for the question, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Chavez,
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros,
Yes.
Councilmember Harlan,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Mar,
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, well, that was good. So we concluded new business item 1. I don't think we have anything else on our agenda, but we've got let me go back to the script. We have the additional, this is a time for the council members to provide any additional comments. And if you wish to speak, or anyway, you guys know, if you wish to speak, just raise your hand. Does anybody have any additional comments they'd like to make at this time?
Raise my hand the old-fashioned way. Shout and
Reynolds. No, that's the most effective way.
Let's do all. Yeah, I would request, I think the cannabis ordinance item will come back for a second reading. I would request that staff do some solid sort of information push out to let the public know what the recommendation is and that there will be a second reading. Thank you.
Excellent.
Maybe with some of the like Measure Q branding to follow up on the vote that they made in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Yeah, tomorrow night I'll be sworn in as a new board member for ACC OC. So looking forward to participating at a regional level. And if anybody has anything that they think we should be working on or the board should be doing differently, happy to hear your feedback and comments.
Congratulations. They're lucky to have you. They really are. And does anybody else have any other comments? Okay, so I just want, I'm sorry, Councilmember Harper.
Sorry, I'm going to walk my dog. But good.
No, I know. Well, you got to do something with that cat. Hey, I just want to tell everybody, thank you very much for all your work. I appreciate you. I appreciate staff, but I really appreciate this council. There's no council like it in Orange County. I'm very proud of you and all the work that you guys do. And, they'll see at ACCOC on that board how we do things in Costa Mesa. So with that, we stand adjourned.